All right, go ahead and call this meeting to order. I've asked Councilman Smith to lead us in prayer and pledge.
Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the many blessings that you give us. We also ask, Lord, that you be with us tonight to guide us in the direction of the city business. In Jesus' name pray. Amen.
Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to have roll call, please.
Terry Lamar.
Here.
Joel Shropshire.
Here.
Julie Bradshaw.
Here.
Kenneth Brashears.
Here.
Tyler Brown.
Here.
Charles Trammell.
Here.
Chris Gontier.
Here.
Bruce Smith.
Here.
All right. Before we get started with our agenda tonight, I want to take a minute for something kind of extra special. From time to time in our communities, special things happen and special people come out of the woodwork. A few weeks ago, we had a situation take place in Pryor, and I'd like to allow Chief Cantrell to recognize and address that. Chief?
JC, Laney, come up too. You want to? You don't have to if you don't want to. So this is JC Johnson. On June 18th, the officers received a call at Taco Bell in reference to a vehicle auto pedestrian accident. So they weren't sure what they had. When they got there, there was a female, which is Lynn. She had been in the drive-thru. She dropped some change, went to retrieve her change, and when she opened the door, she fell out of the car. The car began to go forward, and her arm became tangled in the seatbelt, and the car began dragging her through the drive-thru. JC was working at Taco Bell. She was in the back. She heard another employee yell that somebody needed help outside, so JC ran up to the front. She said she saw a car hitting the curb. When she ran outside, she noticed Lynn being dragged by the car towards the highway. I think she was about 10 yards away from the highway when JC ran out, opened the car door, put it in park, or put the brake on and put it in park. And so essentially, Lynn walked away with minor injuries. What could have been a tragedy turned out to be, a heroic effort on her part. And I thought, when I heard the story, one of the officers, which is Councilman Brown's wife, she never gets involved in the Facebook side of it. She said, okay, I'll make one exception. So she sent me the picture, which is the picture that we have here. So I took the picture that night, had it made it from Taco Bell when she was working, so that's something you'll be able to keep. Then I wrote a letter, basically a courage award from the Pryor Police Department recognizing you on your efforts that night on June 18th, 2024. You stepped up when you didn't have to. So that's something that you'll be able to keep as well. Then we also did a key to the city. I don't know if we've ever done a key to the city. I know I've never been a part of a key to the city, so it just shows courage, and it shows 6/18/24, key to the city of Pryor Creek. It's got the police department, and it's got your name on it. So congratulations, and thank you very much. And then I know Lynn has something. Lynn had got you some roses. Can we all get a picture? Here, I'll hold Mary's name on that. Come on in here. Yeah, I'm gonna hold that. Oh, I got you this time.
I'm going to stumble and fall over.
Please go away. God, please
We good? Yep. Once again, thank you very much. On behalf of the Pryor Creek Police Department, the City of Pryor, thank you for your efforts. And thank you for coming as well.
Absolutely.
I don't know if anybody else knows, but she also made the Bobby Bones National Radio Morning Show the other day.
Wow. Way to go, girl.
Good job. Thank you.
All right. Good job, JC, and we appreciate what you did. Again, every now and then, a hero comes along and they need to be recognized for what they do. So that's a special story for our community. All right, we have petitions from the audience tonight. We're going to just go down the list. A couple of rules to remember. We have a full house. Not sure where everybody wants to go with their comments, but again, remember you have not to exceed 5 minutes. The council is not here to discuss. We're just here to listen. We ask that everybody keep it friendly and family friendly and appropriate, and be courteous to the others around you. So let's go ahead. We'll start with Nina Roberts. You're at the top of the list.
Hello, I'm back. First, I'm going to start with the tent city issue, just briefly. And I want to quote a couple of scriptures. Romans 13:1 and 2 says, "Obey the government, for God is the one who has put it there. There is no government anywhere that God has not placed in power. So those who refuse to obey the law of the land are refusing to obey God, and punishment will follow." 1 Corinthians 14:40. But all things should be done decently and in order. So I'm just basically going to go over the email that I sent all of you. And I want to encourage you all to find shelter for the tent city homeless before enforcing the camping ordinances. Let's not create the same circumstances for another town to deal with. That's not being a good neighbor. And let's find a better situation for them than living in a tent. Let's encourage business owners who might have empty buildings that could house them, and as long as it is managed in a way that promotes accountability and responsibility. Or there could be empty churches that could open up to the homeless. Or send them to real facilities that are organized and managed well, that enforce rules with accountability and responsibility, and other towns or other counties for those homeless that actually want help. So just to encourage us to be good neighbors to all. Now, for the real reason I'm here. So same song and dance for some of you, and for those of you who are new, well, here we go. It is my annual anti-citywide mosquito spraying campaign. I always ask the council to be informed before signing the contract with Professional Pest Control. Mr. Kennedy always takes this as a personal issue, and it is not. If there's information that we need to know, that I need to know, like has he switched to an alternative? I know the last administration was talking about treating naturally creeks and waterways. Is that being done? Is the city contracting citywide spraying or spot spraying where needed? I have constantly been encouraging the city to publish ways the citizens can prevent and or eliminate mosquitoes on their property. One time in the last 4 years, that has been published in the paper and on the city website. It should be front and center on the city website. I have been encouraging the city to work with Mr. Kennedy in finding alternative solutions. So, has this been happening? Hopefully y'all will discuss this when the item comes up on the consent agenda. 4 years ago, I relayed information from my nephew, Dr. Caio Franca, who has his PhD in biology and studies mosquitoes on a NASA grant. Kyle told me, and I reported to the council just like this, more and more cities are not doing citywide spraying, and that in fact, the decades of spraying has created super mosquitoes with an immunity, Do what? Oh, okay, I'll read faster. With immunity to spraying. His recommendation was to do what other cities are doing, spot spraying the trouble areas. There are alternatives to citywide spraying. I also did a survey of surrounding towns, and if I remember correctly, Locust Grove was the only one that did citywide spraying at the time. We have been slowly killing off pollinators who are the first in a natural food cycle. As a result of the decline in pollinators, we've been seeing processed foods and now 3D printed foods. I've asked the city for 4 years to educate the public on how to eliminate decreased mosquitoes on properties. I and others have noticed a significant decline in pollinator activity in the last 4 years. However, this is the first summer in 10 years that I remember seeing lightning bugs in town. I have attributed this to either low or no city spraying. Mike Kennedy publicly stated a year or so ago that he would no longer take calls for requests not to spray on individuals' properties. I always called and requested this, but the wind still blows. He circulated a petition that was only 1% reflective of our population. If people continue to be educated, people will slowly begin to understand. And that's what I intend to do every year until I'm taken seriously. Thank you for listening again.
All right, thank you. Trey Lermore.
Sorry if I stutter, I get a little nervous talking in front of people.
Sorry.
Mine is regarding, let me pull my notes, Tent City. And I think, first I'm gonna give hats off to Janice, because she does a good job, and she's the only one really taking it, upon herself to help out. But I think the city needs to help out somewhere, because it's becoming a pretty big problem. Our land next to Green Country Mobile Home Park, we found an encampment there. They were starting fires, trash everywhere this last week, so we tore it out of there. But there's really nowhere for them to go. But I just think because I've had 2 break-ins on North Row, a house I'm remodeling, and the neighbor said they ran back towards the encampment, but that's not really her fault. I just think the city, because she's doing it pretty much, by herself, and I get my hats off to you, Janice, because that's a lot of work, but I think if the city could come up with something to help out, I don't know the solution. It's a hard deal, but I think it's just going to keep getting worse the way the economy is. But I don't know, and we own the house directly behind it, so it's definitely, the renters don't like it, but, there's nothing we can do. I don't know if there's a privacy fence would help, or I don't know if there's any, but they're all coming, they're going all different places, so, but that's pretty much it. Just letting you guys know I've had some break-ins, but I don't know if the city has anything, they're got any plans or anything, but I think we need to get that under control. But nothing against you, Janice. I think you're doing a good job. So but that's pretty much it. Just letting you guys kind of know on that end. But,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Drew Stott.
Well, I'm not really prepared for this. My partner, I'm in partners on a business up in that area, and he called me today, and I think we kind of got put on the list because we'd had some incidents from the people at the Tent City, some vandalism and coming over and kind of harassing the customers, asking them for money and stuff. I know it's a need. I don't know for sure where. Nobody wants it in their backyard. I think it's good that they are trying to help these people, and like I said, maybe as suggested, maybe a privacy fence, and, you know, as long as they have rules to stay on that property, not be, you know, bothering the surrounding businesses and the surrounding neighbors and stuff. You know, it's like all of us. We've got rules, and as long as we follow them, you know, we can kind of all get along. So, but like I said, I think I kind of got put on the list because we'd made some police reports of some trouble we've had. But, you know, you're going to have trouble with whoever. Not saying it's just because it's them, but you know, as long as they have rules and stuff, which I think they've been given some rules, and I don't know, you know, not everybody's going to follow them, but I think there is a need somewhere to help these people. I just don't know for sure what the answer is, but that's all I got, believe it or not. Huh? I don't think he's here yet. He's probably still at work. Thanks.
Kathy LaValle,
What?
you're on the list. I can take you off the list. That's easy.
Yeah,
It's okay. And Julie Knapp.
Hi, my name's Julie Knapp. I work for SafeNet Services. I run the resale store directly in front of the Impact Center. We've been impacted by this, by people wandering through our parking lot, coming into our store, trash, dogs pooping on our grass, just lots of different things. It's been a year. We've had different situations and issues, but I'm not able, or I don't feel like it's right for me to speak for SafeNet Services. I can just speak from what I've experienced. And with my minimal staff, because we are a nonprofit, we have this extra cleanup to do, a lot. And the girls are scared that work for me. We're always on high alert. Now, Janice Bell is a wonderful, sweet person. She has a good heart. I've spoken to her many times. We've crossed hairs a few times, but her general heart is great. I don't know what to do, but I want to say this is not a homeless issue. This is a mental health issue, and we see it on a daily basis. We see them screaming, we see them yelling, we see them talking to nothing. It's a mental health issue. I don't know how to address it. I don't know what to do about it. And I have the weird coincidence that where I live, one of the guys that was there originally is now living in the house behind me, a vacant house. He has permission to be there, but there's all kinds of problems with that too. So I'm stressed 24/7 because of this. I'm also a survivor of domestic violence, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Thank you to everybody that spoke.
Zach, we tried to call in today from 9 to noon to try to get to be able to speak on this like 4 times. It was busy all the time.
I can give you 5 minutes.
Okay.
They can take my 5 minutes.
Kathy's going to give you her 5 minutes.
Okay. I don't think I'll need 5 minutes, but maybe you've heard of the acrostic NIMBY. You heard of that? Stands for not in my backyard. It's one of the phrases I first came up against when we tried to have a sober living house in town several years ago over on 17th Street, kind of in a high-profile house, the Williams house. People knew about that, and it was probably unfortunate even that so many people knew about that house, and that wasn't helpful. So in the midst of that, I got a lot of hassle from the city, from the mayor at that time, and the thing that I had going on my side, even with all that stuff, was we did have the law on our side on that one because they were federally protected under the Americans with Disabilities Act. But even with that, it got so bad, and this is you could find this in your city council records from that time when I finally brought it to a head with my lawyer after a few years, and I was, I just, it's a matter of record. It was deposition and everything that I was told. that it didn't matter what the law was. They'd go after my family, and they'd talk to different ways how they would do that. Through the school, through my kids that drove cars, that they would go after my guys if they saw them walking down the streets that lived there. He said he'd go after my church, get me kicked out of my church, get my, make problems there. And he said it doesn't matter even what the law is. I will do all those things. And so he told that to a good friend of mine, so we got that depositioned and all that kind of stuff. So you could look that up and find that to be true. So here we are with another set of people that aren't your great citizens. A lot of them can't vote, don't vote. They don't bring anything to the table financially. They're a burden, probably more than anything, until they can get some help. And some of them will get some help. The thing that's kind of unfortunate is, I think I didn't look at the numbers that somebody said, like you had 19 complaints there or something. And, when you get a bunch of people together, whether it's an apartment or whatever, you got a lot of people in a lot of area, in a small area with problems, you're going to have some complaints. But also somebody told me how many complaints did we have in the city during that same period of time. It was thousands. So all that to say this, maybe kind of like Nina brought up, you hear the phrase of, kicking the can down the road. This is kind of like kicking the cans, somebody's can down the road. That's not a good thing. And I know Janice is not interested in, the Impact Center is not interested in breaking ordinances, laws. Not interested in that. What we are interested in is helping people that need some help. Doing what we can with what we have. And what we have is very little when it comes to really manpower and finances. So what do we have? Well, we have a piece of grass, and we could afford some tents. And there are rules. And just like in the city or anywhere else, there are people that break rules and keep rules. You could hear, great stories about things that have happened with people that have come out of there. And so the deal is, just like in your neighborhood, there are people with problems. But they have walls, and you don't hear a lot about them. But these guys don't have any walls, and you do get to hear about them. And just like in your neighborhood, there are good quality people that are on rough times. And there are people that maybe, if there is such a thing as a person that doesn't have a lot of quality, maybe you could put them in that category. But we do need to figure out how we can be helpful. I don't want to be on the side of God and answer, what you see there in Matthew 25. What did you do when you didn't help the least of these? It's rough.
Thank you. All right, item 3, department head report. Again, I've got the report from our building inspector. Report for June 2024. Craig and I did 43 paid inspections for June. We did an additional 27 inspectors with contractors, James, Cody, with Nub, addressing issues that came up in the community. Worked with Trent Humphrey on issues he had, and houses for abatement. Reviewed several plans for remodels and new homes. Had several homeowners, contractors calling or came into the office needing information about codes, additions, zoning, or services. June 26th, storm damage, several gas and electric services that repairs would continue on into July. All right. Johnny Jensen, emergency management.
We got our emergency operation plan updated this year. I think it's on the agenda to get signed tonight. We didn't make any major changes with it. Couple of things on the sheltering section of it was changed and updated the contact information. But other than that, it's all about the same as last year. The good news is we finally got paid from FEMA for the Father's Day storm from last year. The city got $118,049.17. MUB got $58,290 of that, and the city got $59,758. So they are all paid up on last year's storm. Anybody have any questions on any of that?
All right, thank you. Fire, Mr. Ballmer?
I don't have a whole lot. Call volumes were down last month. We did get a boat operator training course in. We did finish the trench rescue with mud. Serviced the fire pumps on all the grass rigs, getting ready for this dry season. And the new pumper is in Olathe, Kansas, so hopefully in about 14 days it should be getting here. Any questions?
Thank you. Ms. Bowman, golf?
Good evening, everyone. I'm always pleased to announce all the good news we have going at the golf course. We just came off of an outstanding year, our best year ever, so can't wait to see the final numbers, but they're very, very good. So also we got our air conditioner installed in the pro shop, so now everybody can stay a little cooler, and it's really been hot. I know even we had good numbers even through June. I think 10 of the 30 days was over 100 degrees, so we're still getting a lot of people out there even during the hot time. This last month we hosted the quarterback club in June, and it was a very good success. Jerry Douglas did a tremendous job doing that, and I hope they raised a lot of money for our football teams. We also hosted our PGA Junior Tournament. They come from all over 3 states to play in that, and that was a bunch of fun seeing all those little ones out there playing, and some of them can really play some good golf, even at small ages, so it's fun to watch them. We also hosted the Inola Calvary Baptist Church fundraiser this last month, and that was an interesting fundraiser. The pastor, Colin Coffey, he wanted to do a tournament, and they raised money for a church up in New York. I guess, they don't have a lot of space up there, so churches have to lease property and stuff, so they all got together and took it on themselves to raise some money and go up to New York and try to help the church up there. So we also just hosted on June 21st, the Pryor Area Chamber of Commerce tournament, and Houston Britton and his staff did a wonderful job. Had a very successful tournament for them, more than we had last year, so the numbers were up a little bit, so that's great. Hope they should have raised a lot of money. Coming up, we'll have our upcoming events will be on July 13th. We're proud to sponsor the Pryor Palm Squad. It's a Pryor Palm Squad high school team. They got to go to the national tournament last year. They raised money and did a lot of different things, and they finished 13th in the nation. So that was their first trip out there. So they did a wonderful job, and so they got a good taste of it. Now they want to go back, so we're going to try to help them raise some money to go back. It's an expensive trip, but it's good to see those girls compete at a national level, and so that's going to be a fun thing. We also have on July 19th our Pryor Lions night tournament, so that's always a hoot. If you have never seen it, you can come out and watch. The little golf balls look like little missiles going through the air at night, so these little glows, so they look like little rockets taking off. So, but it's a fun tournament, and of course with the Lions Club, that money goes for some great causes. Got a wonderful Lions Club here in Pryor, so. And we'll be hosting on July 20th the Tulsa Sandblasters. There's a group that they go around all over Tulsa area playing, and so they come back every year to our course, and there's a bunch of good people coming over. We're coming along really good on our bridges. Jerry Cowan from Elite Fabricators is really doing a great job. He's fabricating a bridge, actually doing a couple of them. The first one, he says he's going to completely take care of everything on it. So we're going to get some bridges put in out there, and I think they're just going to be wonderful. I know Jerry does quality stuff, and they're going to really look good. And the next thing we're going to be working on is our cart pass, trying to get our cart pass. We get our bridges and our cart pass done, we're going to have some place we can really be proud of. Any questions for me? Please come out and see me. Thanks.
Library?
You guys get 2 fancy forms from me today. Take this down and pass it down. Mostly I did 2 because I wanted you to see June's numbers and also our fiscal year summary. So the blue one that you're gonna get is the fiscal year and the gray one is June. The thing to note about June, they should already be stacked. Like I tried to be very efficient. The thing about June is to notice how much our traffic and business increased from May to June. So we take a little bit of a pause in programming in May so we can get ready for summer reading. Summer reading starts the first week of June and everything just sort of explodes. So, our door count our questions answered for May of 2024 was almost 8,000 questions, but in June we answered 13,000. We've never hit above 10,000 before. And when I started 9 years ago, when we got over 2,000, I was real happy about it. So it's a big increase in 9 years. But the fiscal year numbers are really great. The caveat to remember when you look at fiscal year 23-24 compared to 22-23 is that until November of 2022, we were in the Graham Community Building, so our collection was about a quarter of the size that we have in our main building, and everything was weird. And yeah, the door count for that fiscal year is not accurate because we didn't have a door counter in the Graham building. So all I really did was take the averages for the months that I knew what our door count was, and that was at our regular building. So that door count's probably a little bit high. But still, I mean, our program attendance, and again, Graham Community Building, but we went from almost 2,000 people at 128 programs in fiscal year 22-23 to almost 5,000 people at 226 programs for this fiscal year. So it's good stuff, and hopefully it keeps being good stuff. Summer reading is going really well. We are super busy. If you come to the library on Tuesday in particular, it is very full at 10 o'clock and at 2 o'clock. And I apologize to the parents who have had children go home with pastel all over them today. I had one as well, so we're all in it together. So far we have 475 people registered for our summer reading program, and that's just to get the booklet part. And we average for the kids programs between 35 to 75 at each of the activities, and we do between 6 and 7 activities for all ages every week. So the youth services department does 4 every week. Adult services does 2 or 3 every week. Bostic started today getting the lights installed on the west side of our building on the outside, so soon it will be lit up just as pretty as the east side. They got the lights with our expansion and construction project, and the west side didn't, so now we're gonna match. We got a new shipment of food boxes for kids yesterday, and I'm sorry to say they're almost all gone, so anybody listening, call tomorrow before you come and pick them up, because the back tables, we had 2 pallets worth, which is about 200 boxes. All the tables with the extras are empty, and the only ones we have left are at the front, and I think that's less than 20. So I wish they lasted longer, because I know there's a big need. But that's kind of it for me. It's a lot. Yes.
So I wanted to share, if you're okay, and I talked to Autumn about this, I don't know if she passed it on.
She did not. Surprise.
Surprise. So this last week, we met with a group of individuals that have been kind of helping some stuff in town. It's a group called Corey, the Center on
Rural Innovation.
Rural Innovation. And the 2 individuals that come and hang out with us on that, I think you've met Josh and...
I don't know their names, I just know where they're from.
Molly, yes, Josh and Molly. And we were talking with, I'm gonna get to my point.
Hey, I'm with you, I'm here.
Your passport program.
Yes.
Right? So for those that don't know, the library came upon this, what I understand, this abundance of construction paper when they were cleaning out or somehow, and they didn't know what to do with it. So Autumn came up with this great idea to make passports that looked like little passports and give them out to kids throughout the community that came in and got them. And there were little places that they could go through town, like Etch and Burn, and they could get like a lizard stamp or something, and they could come to City Hall and see the mayor and get them.
Monkey.
Yeah,
It's
thanks.
a monkey. Yep. I had nothing to do with that choice.
And the first family came through and they had like 6 little girls, and they're like, we came to see the mayor and got our monkey stamp. I was like,
The emergency center has a dog, which is also well themed.
So that's not what I'm getting at. I think it's fabulous. In our meeting with Corey, we were talking about some things going on in town and in the community, and I brought this up. And Ricky from Etch and Burn, I don't know if any of you have been in there. If you haven't, the guy's 2 thumbs up. He's really got his A game on. And he was talking about how out of all of the people that have come in, 95% of the people that have come in to get their stamps, he said, have come back to buy. And out of those 95%, 100% of them have purchased more than like $50 worth of stuff. So a little bit of hats off there, but then it goes a little bit further. As I was telling this to Corey, and Corey works with cities throughout the United States to help bring innovation and technology and things to communities. The only other one they work with in Oklahoma is Ada. They were elated to hear this concept, and they want to come back and talk with Autumn and write an article promoting that to share across the United States.
Awesome. That's really great.
That's pretty cool. Who'd have thought that a stash of old construction paper folded a few times and cut would bring us tax dollars, revenues, new customers, etc. And that's just one business place that said that.
And I think there are 6 stamps that folks can get around town. So a couple of them at local businesses, also the extension office and the emergency center, and then here.
And several times I've had my office full. My candy jars have been raided. It's great. Just love to have them in there. But good job on that. So kudos for that program.
Thanks. Yeah, Autumn and her crew do a really great job.
And I did share that with Autumn, and she was supposed to come. But
She has been busy with 6 programs a week, and yeah.
good job there. We appreciate that.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. All right.
Bruce, he said his jar's empty. Bring him some peanuts.
I
Make
never
him
had
happy.
to eat any of them. How did he get a monkey stamp?
We'll talk about your stamp later.
You weren't here when we showed that.
Sorry.
Moving right
All right. Frank, Parks and Cemetery.
Really have too much skate park, installed. It was used pretty big to beginning, then it turned 100 degrees, and so it's not used like I think it will be early in the morning or in the evenings, I think. And overall, the park usage when it gets this hot, goes down. Still got our stuff to do. We lost a few days there from the storm, had some tree damage at a couple of the parks. But other than that, we don't have a whole lot going on. Luckily, it's been slow with the cemetery. And then, of course, this week's being fun. I got 1 retired and 2 on vacation, so there's 3 of us running the park and cemetery this week. So other than that, we're chugging along.
Frank, I've got a couple quick questions for Manpower. Did you get any summer help through the Cherokee Nation this year?
No, I never did get any.
How, they didn't?
I don't.
Nobody applied, or?
Everything was submitted in.
Yeah. So I put in for 3, I think 3 or 4.
3 or 4?
Yeah.
When do you usually hear from that? Since
Well,
summer's going
it
on?
would be over almost now, or be fixing to be
Like
over.
2 weeks left.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about the status of your hiring your 3rd person at the
We ran it for 3 weeks, didn't get any, so we've re-ran it again, and I've gotten a couple applicants this go around that we'll maybe look at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Police, animal shelter.
So you've got your packet. and I'm not going to read through the stats, but in the back of that packet, there's 2 letters there. It's tentative letters for 2 that were accepted in the Highway Patrol. So we're about to lose 2 more officers, just a heads up. So their start date looking to be September. They've passed everything that there is to pass at this point. They're just waiting on that, the final pension board to give them that offer, and they're done. So they'll start burning time, which is going to run us 4 short, which is really hard when you start getting 12-hour shifts 4 short. It'll run you into lots of overtime. So that's something that we're going to have to really think about going forward. And I've been in contact with the mayor, talking to him about the budget coming forward, with next year's budget. And I've talked to several of you guys. I do appreciate several of you guys coming forward and talking to me in my office. That door's always open. So if there's ever a question, concern, you're more welcome to come up there and talk. It's been really good. Ask Bruce.
Yeah, I got thrown out once.
So it's been good. Some things been going on. We did a lot of public relations things. One of the big ones was Junior Police Academy, which is something that we kind of based off the Oklahoma Highway Patrol Cadet Lawman, which has been going for 50 years. I've learned some things this year that I want to do next year. We did have a small incident where an old car, pull car, went through a fence. Minimal damage, everything's fixed, done, taken care of, no big deal, nobody was hurt. But I did learn things on that. But all in all, it was a huge success. GRDA was partners in it, Highway Patrol was partners in it. The partnership that we worked and the officers watching them work with those kids was huge. There was 28 kids, I think, that graduated that thing, and so it was a huge success. Like I said, there were several other things that have happened. Another life-saving thing, so it's cool to be able to honor people in our community that did this, but also some of our own coming up. There was that dog bite that happened over on Orphan Street. I don't know if y'all remember it a few weeks ago. The kid and parents came back to the police department with that kid. It was like a 1.5-year-old baby or something. Kids are doing great. Walked around, saw the police cars. We're going to be honoring several of those that were involved in that coming up soon. A couple of big cases. There was indecent exposure at the park, at the splash pad. Officers were quick. It was an intoxicated subject. There was a rumor it was a homeless person. It was not. He wasn't connected with the homeless at all. So that was one of the big ones that had grand larceny. The guy had hit bomb guards a month or 2 ago, and he hit Pryor Lumber. They caught him at bomb guards. Like before he got to Pryor Lumber, they caught him. Owasso police caught him this time over there. So the larcenies, the picking up, the heat is a big deal. We had a storm come through the other day. I don't know if you remember that storm that hit the other morning. It knocked a substation out. All down Highway 69, we lost stoplights. Train tracks went down. So a couple-hour ordeal of us trying to, luckily it was early in the morning, so it wasn't terrible on the highway, but it was about a couple-hour ordeal. We were out there directing traffic, getting those through. That's pretty well it on the police side. On the animal shelter, if you saw the pictures, we got a lot going on out there. We took the donation money, put those outside pens in. We've got shades ordered for them. The pens are done, shades are done. Went inside, we've redone the kitchen, redone the floors. We ripped all the kennel area, took all the walls off. We built the retaining wall. They poured it today. Monday, they're going to spray foam all that, put metal back on it, and then we've got 2 brand new AC units out there. So thank you guys for cooperating on that. That place had needed some help, and we're getting that help, and I'm sure the employees out there are very appreciative of that. Code enforcement continues to stay busy with the high grass and dilapidated structures, and Jack's helping now, but Jack's been gone a lot on vacations and stuff, so it's really been Trent this summer. And luckily, the grass has slowed down, but if we keep getting rain, it pops right back up. So, you guys have any questions for me?
Is there any report on the intake and outbreak
On the shelter? They've got 32 dogs in there and 39 cats. But as far as the intake, outtake, no. I was off this week and I kind of dropped the ball on that one till just now. I was like, where's your report? So that's on me. But I know they've been working really good around the construction. They've been in construction for, and then I was telling her Monday that when they come in a foam, we'll have to get all animals out for that whole day to let that foam settle in there because it's bad on animals. So.
Did they get a temp?
Yes, we did get a temp, but she's only temp until she goes back to school. So she's been good. She's rarely go to school, so we'll be in the same boat, but we'll find somebody.
How are your hours working? I mean,
so right now, we've all had some vacation time. So like Maria has been on vacation the last 2 weeks.
okay.
So I don't know how you really figure that.
Well, I just know, like, how's the workload?
The workload has been way better.
The atmosphere.
With the extra help for sure. However, our other part-time, I guess, turned in a little extra hours this week just because Maria has been gone.
Yeah, Maria was gone, and then it's their vacation and stuff. So, but it's been working good. I'll go out there, and I got a lot of volunteers that are helping out. I mean, several, volunteers have been there for a long time are really helping pick up that pace. So it's going good.
I went up there about a month ago, and if you haven't been there, I highly encourage you to go up there. Maria Yerton gave me a really good tour of it, and she was really helpful and totally transparent on.
Hargis. Yeah.
Yes, there is a Yerton, but I got the wrong one. Maria. Maria.
I was rolling with it.
From Locust Grove, Maria.
Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, I highly encourage you to go up there if you haven't been.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Rec Center, Mike's not here, but I have his report. All of it. If you all are okay, I'll kind of sum it up a little bit, speed things along. Maintenance, the HVAC, the 50-ton unit for the pool's been ordered. It's 14-week lead time, installation anticipated in September. All other units seem to be functioning reasonably well. That's the best news we've heard out of the Rec Center in a year. LED retrofit lighting is complete. Had pickleball lines painted on the gym floor, previous marked out by tape. Membership, 139 new, 45 new Cherokee members, 513 total Cherokee members. We received another 25,000 in June from Cherokee Nation. 537 people signed up for the walking track. 1,818 total members, total day passes, 1,919. Child watch, weight room, group fitness, pool, and basketball. Finances officially through May, we're 18% ahead of our budget. 92% of the year is complete, and we have spent 74%. We have positive cash flow in removing the HVAC capital expenditures. June will be considerably different with the $100,000 deposit on the HVAC unit. Will be in the June financials. Aquatics, we'll be conducting 80 swim lessons in June and July. 13 public and 4 private pool parties. Attendance for open swim has been big. 924 swim passes were sold in June. I bet that's going to go up. Pickleball, the group is doing strong. Several competed this last week in the Honor Flight tournament and won medals. That tournament had 78 people that participated in it from 6 different states. So, fitness staff challenge finished June 12th. Jess Rieger won, Katie Kearns was second. Jess, fitness coordinator, is 1 credit away from completing her certification. Classes are slightly up. Morning water class attendance is strong, averaging 15.47 in June, with as many as 20 attending at some times. Okay, that's the rec. And street, Buddy.
Here lately, of course, I know it's getting closer to the end of the budget year, and we're trying to watch what we're spending and everything. But so we've been working on some ditches. We've been out there on South Elliott. We had a driveway pipe that had rusted out, and we replaced that, and we're dipping all the ditches down through there. And then once we get that done, we're going to come back with that pipe hunter that we have, and we're going to try to. There's a couple of them that's got some stuff in it. They're not completely blocked, but we're going to come back and then clean them out. We had some debris and stuff on that concrete drainage here east of town. I didn't realize that. I had a phone call on that part. We went through and cleaned all that out. We had a call about the Southridge. There's a drainage down through there, which that's my fault. I forgot all about that. We put it in back several years ago, and that's usually on the one that we spray every year. And this one here slipped through the last couple of years. So, but we went through and sprayed it, and I told the lady that lives next door that as soon as everything dies out, there's a lot of poison ivy back here. So as soon as that's done, then we're going to go back and weed it and clean all that out, cut the little trees out. We done some asphalting on the street and gutter over on Southeast 4th Street. We have some more that we've got to do over there. We have some of the gutter that's been with the trash trucks coming through that's been pushing up some of the streets. We completed one last week, and then we got another one we're going to do this week. Had to order some stop signs over in Bonnie Edition. We've had some that was faded out. We've had some that was stolen. We've had some that looked like they were bent. So I don't know if somebody was trying to take them off the pole or whatever, but too tall for a vehicle to try to get off of. So. Ninth in Oklahoma, we're starting to get some problems down through there with all the construction going on. That street down through there is starting to push up pretty bad. So we just been digging it out and putting gravel in it for right now until we get closer to it. But we'll have to do some repairs. All the way down 9th Street, I haven't, because it's like I said, the street actually wasn't made for that much construction going on it. So from here forth, when we start doing these repairs and stuff, especially in areas where they're talking about maybe building in, if we're doing any type of street repair, we're going to have to start building those for construction, for big, heavier equipment stuff driving up and down them. Gaither Road, again, with that going on out there, especially with the storm that we had here, the tornado that went through. RECs, they've had a lot of their large trucks. They had a lot of contractors come in meeting out there, and that road out there, it's really breaking up. So that may be something we have to look at this year of coming back in. Of course, that's another road that needs to be built up for construction because they try to keep them out of city limits, and that's kind of a shortcut for everybody to go through. So maybe looking at that. Been trimming and spraying some alleys. This next week, if it continues to stay warm, well, I think we're going to go ahead and start jumping on our crosswalks and our stop bars and everything that we have. Start getting those painted. And the boys' baseball, I know we had a call from Joe Bowling out there. There was water grass and stuff growing in that ditch out there, and he said that it was plumb full of water. So I knew there had to be something, which I have no control over the water. But I guess underneath the boys' baseball field, they've got a big tank underneath there. So whenever they water it, everything goes through and it goes into this tank and it leaks out or drains out. So I guess it was really full here a while back because it was just pouring through there like there was a water leak. But in the utilities, they did find out that they had a meter back there that they didn't realize it was opened up. So that was part of the problem. So, but we checked on it today, and it's still a little bit wet. It's not anything that's going to hinder anything. We're going to try this next week. We're going to try to get down and get it cleaned out and keep it sprayed. But with that water grass, I mean, you can spray it, but it won't kill it with that moisture and stuff on there. But we did find out where the water was coming. So I didn't realize that there was a tank underneath of it. So, but that's where that water was coming from. So other than that, trying to stay busy, trying to stay cool.
Are there any plans to go around and pick up brush? Because I've got people this last one was worse than the tornado that pushed through.
Well, yeah, I think we're going to go through if they get some addresses and stuff. Because I've been driving around quite a bit and I haven't hardly seen. I mean, there's one every now and then. If they can give you addresses, I mean that would help us because then we could go right to it and pick it up, and it's not where we're having to drive every street down through there. So because I've only had 4 people call in up at the shop.
Seems like Ward 3 got hit the worst.
Yeah, it's on corners are in a lot of places.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if you come up with some addresses, that would help out tremendous. So that way we can just go right directly to it. I mean, again, like this here, we're just going to do it for a couple of days, and then we're done with it and moving on to bigger and better things. Because I know there was 4 trees that blew over there. I think there was a couple on South Kauai over by the pool and stuff, and we pushed them out and come back and cut them up and got rid of them. And I know things like this happen, but so far everybody's really been nice for his brush. They're not complaining because we haven't picked it up. So
now, for those who do pick up, that 8 to 10 feet rule.
yeah, 8 to 10 feet. That way we're not having to go out and cut a bunch, cut them into lengths. I mean, if possible, because that way they fit in the trailer a lot easier. And also we try to stipulate, if they can bring it out to the curb, because I have seen a few of them that's back up next to their house, and we will not pick them up because that's
too many hazards.
Yeah.
Got ruts in their yard, they're gonna be mad.
Yeah, because I mean they complained that we went and picked it up, and then they come back and said, "Well, you made ruts in my yard." Well, so yeah, if it's not out by the curb, but we can just get over and grab it. Then if it's up in there, yeah, it's firewood or rabbit hutch.
Also might make mention to your folks when they call, make sure they don't put it on a meter. And if it's blocked by a vehicle, they're not responsible. They're not gonna.
Yeah. And I understand there's some that people that wouldn't actually, it was their brush pile, but somebody else parked there. And, which, I mean, that's unfortunate, but I mean, nothing else, throw something out there in front where nobody can park out there until we can come by and pick it up, so.
And then Councilman Lamar and I took a complaint from a citizen, and I think we've worked with Chase on the issue on 9th Street. And there may be some resolution coming to that where they can start going back out to Carbide.
Okay.
Hopefully. I think Chase is waiting on an answer from the county's attorney on that.
Yeah, because we've got a drainage pipe that goes across there that that was another thing that I forgot we need to discuss, because that pipe's not gonna last much longer. I mean, once they get everything said and done, the project, if that pipe holds up, we need to look at something. I don't know what everything looks on to the south side of the road, how that's supposed to be, but we need to get something that'll handle the water there, because I don't want to have to put gates up on this road to block it off when it rains. I mean, that's just, yeah, you get a lot of threats on that, and you big, of course, I'm not saying bad about rednecks, but I mean, I used to be one. But yeah, they get the big trucks and they pull off the side of the road and go push your gates open, and they bust your poles and your chains and everything. So, but other than that,
Buddy, I've got a couple follow-ups for you.
Okay.
On your drainage, you're working on the ditches on Elliott Street. You said you're gonna do the whole street, both sides?
well, mainly right now is
cleaning out the culverts?
Yeah, on the east side for right now. The west side it's fairly open. I mean, we're gonna have to do, we got some high and low spots that we're gonna have to do. I know it makes a lot of citizens mad when we come in and mess up their mowing part on their ditches, but I mean, that's the only way that you can get water is flows. I mean, is keep the flow of it going. I mean, keep them dipped down. But yeah, we're trying to get the east side for right now all the way down to Lincoln School. And then once we get that done, and then we're gonna come back and then, like I said, clean those pipes out, and then we're gonna come back and shoot grade over on the west side to find out how bad everything is over there. But it flows fairly decent on the other side. The main thing with that is just with the leaves and debris and stuff from the yard stopping the pipe up, so.
And what was the issue you had you said on the east side, I think along Highway 20?
Yeah, there was debris and some silt built up on that concrete drainage that goes out there.
Coming off of the cemetery going east?
Yeah, going back there, yeah. I drive it every Wednesday and Sunday going to church, and never thought about looking over there and see if there was anything in it, so. But yeah, they had the guys, when they went down the old excavator and pulled all that stuff out, so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
These items that are coming up on the consent, everything look good?
Yeah, everything. There's one little thing that, which I mean, again, I don't know why, but there we have some asphalt that we're going to go back and put. I mean, it ain't going to take very much for us cleaning it out. Why they didn't patch that? I mean, unless it just wasn't on the project. I mean, I know with the concrete, that's as far as they went, and I know that's probably broke out a little bit down through there. But everything else, they went down to third place. They got that. We even got an attaboy from the Stovall's down through there, so that's.
Mr. Stovall, I don't know if some of you, Bruce, you may remember back when you were a kid, he was on the council. Oh yeah. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, whatever. I know his wife was. Said this was the first time in 30 years of living there that the water has drained off of his street. So that was kind of cool.
Yep. And the main thing with that there also is just from now on, when we redo streets, this is just not going to be an overlay. Every time we go back to a street now that has curb and gutter on it, it will be milled down back to the original flow line, and then milled, a couple, 2.5 inches, 3 inches below that, and then lay back to the gutter so we can go back to the original flow line. That way there, if there's any curb and gutter that's messed up, we can actually fix it without having to come back in and saw out extra material. And I mean, that's just wasting money when we do that. But that's the problem here I'm not going to say how many years, I mean, but it's just they've come in and just overlaid, but there was no milling. So once you just keep overlaying, it blocks the flow of the water. So that street's just been, like I said, it's been, I forget how much, it was 3 times when it was on there. So, but we still got a little bit to do down there. We got right down at the corner, we've got to do some stuff. But I mean, but the water all flows down to that end, goes in that drainage, but I just want to make it just flow a little bit faster. So when we get a chance, we're going to get down there and do that. So.
Buddy, I had a neighbor across the street that said he has never, when we had a heavy rain, never had not had his driveway gravel wash off. And since you dug the dishes out, it flowed well, and he's tickled to death, so there's an attaboy anyway.
Well, that's good. Nobody chasing me with a rake.
Yeah.
Not that I've had one.
Lisa, do you have anything from the clerk's office?
We've just been hopping busy, just closed out open enrollment for employee benefits. We'll be talking about, possibly approving workers' compensation renewal tonight. Oh, and budget season, so, Courtney's created like the whole SRO department and a facilities department to break out our facilities people away from the park department, just makes more sense, and just still cleaning up account numbers, and everybody's working on budget.
Been quite the process cleaning up some of those.
It's been huge.
Much a group effort, so.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah.
It's a late question, probably too late. But city clerk's office should know. You all applied for Cherokee Nation or summertime people, right?
I know we have one in our office.
Okay.
For another couple of weeks.
And also the library has 2. So how is the application made that the parks didn't get anybody? Is it they didn't get anybody or they didn't want anybody? Which one was it?
Well, no.
Bruce Frank's here if you want
to. Is he still here?
Yeah.
Oh, ask him to come in here a minute. Kim.
Come here, Frank. So I can answer. The challenge has come in that what Frank needs for that summer help, one, the city requires them to be a certain age. And 2, in order to run a weed eater or a mower or anything like that, they have to be supervised.
Well, my question is this, if we've got free help and there's surely somebody that they could have provided that fit in these categories, and if you had to give a man to watch 5, it'd be worth the investment. But did you just not want any Cherokee help, or?
No, I said I put in like 4.
Well, and I keep hearing that, and I keep hearing you didn't, so did he put in?
We were done, I'll show you the application that's sitting on my desk.
Yeah, because
Did it go
Courtney.
to them or just stay there?
Nope.
Went to them?
It went to
Okay,
them,
all
I'll show
right,
you.
that's what I want to know.
And it was only like a 6-week program. It's not like you get them just unlimited amount of time.
Well, I mean, that would have helped you some.
Yeah, I mean, I tried. Yeah.
Well, it's too late now, it's good.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's about over now.
I'll show you that correspondence.
All right.
I'll show you. It'll make sense.
So back to the city clerk's report. Since you got help up there now, when I come up now, there's a person in every cubicle. Everybody's working up there. You got a full house up somewhere. That helps morale. Everything's going good now with
Yes.
your help
yes,
and everything?
It definitely helps. It's taken off, especially our Cherokee Nation help. She has been doing projects that we have not had a chance to start, and with our uploading cemetery information into our new module on Cassell. She's also been making folders where we're about to move how we do our tickets and where we're putting our tickets, and it's been a great program to have, and yes, the help has definitely been appreciated.
She's very efficient.
Yes,
Very good.
yes.
And the one that was hired for the court clerk's position, everything's going good there? Are they gonna have to go to court clerk training through OML or anything like that? Or how's that?
Yes, she will start going through training. Her and Courtney will do court training. She's been great. She's been there a whole full week. She's picking up very quickly. It's going to, once she's trained, it's going to alleviate a whole section of job duties that Courtney's not going to have to do, so she will be able to devote more time to her actual city clerk duties. It's not just court. And yeah, it's also freeing up not just Courtney, but the mayor's secretary and one or two of the other girls that we were dispersing out various jobs that were at the court desk. So it's going to give them time to do their jobs again full time instead of just scattering things. And the more you're able to put full attention on a job, the more a flow you get into, less errors are made. If you have to piecemeal it out or stop and go doing your job and that job, more errors get done. So we're really going to cut down on errors and make efficiencies way better.
And the Cassell system's all working, glitches are all worked out now, and it's smoother than it was?
Yes.
Okay.
Better all the time.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 4. Consent agenda. I know we need to pull item A, and I'd like to pull item B. Are there any others?
G. Is in both.
Okay.
Which one?
G? E. A, D, and G.
And E.
And E.
Can I ask again? You said A,
A, D,
D,
E,
E,
and G.
and
All
G.
the ones that sound the same. All right, if there are none other, can I have a motion to approve B, C, F, H, I, J, K, L, and O?
I'll make a motion. Second.
I got a motion from Troy and a second from Algie. You ready? Call for the vote.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Item A, approve minutes of the June 18th, 2024 council meeting.
Motion.
I got a motion from Rushier and a second from Brown. Is that right? Sure. Discussion? None? Call for the vote.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Abstain.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
All right, item D, this one's kind of cool. Acknowledge the retirement of Charles Brute effective July 28th, 2024. Charles has worked with the city of Pryor in the cemetery department and is the city safety coordinator for 8 years. So Charles, do you mind standing and being recognized for your time? And so I'm gonna recognize you even without that motion because, you know, why not? But we're gonna go ahead and take a motion. I wanna make sure we get that in, whether they vote no or not.
Can't go.
Doesn't matter.
Bruce is Bruce is mad about the rubber stamp.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that we acknowledge the retirement of Mr. Bruce.
And I will second.
Okay, we got a motion from Mr. Lamar and a second from Bruce.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call the vote.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire.
Yes, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
You can go fishing now.
Now I got the farm.
Well, go farm.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate you, sir. Item E, approve an expenditure in the amount of $15,224 to Hood and Associates for the 2023 audit from General Outside Services, auditor account 02-201-5072.
Motion.
Have a motion from Mr. Brown.
Second.
Second from, I'm gonna give that one to Gantier.
Okay.
Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got a couple of questions on this. Has the audit already been completed and we're just paying the bill for it that they submitted? Or is this to authorize
No,
them
I
to
think
do it at that
she's-
price?
I think she's been working on the audit, if I'm not mistaken, correct? And so this is what we're going to have to pay for those services.
And does the audit include a complete audit of the entire city books, or what are we getting for our money here? I mean, are they gonna go through and find things that are done right, make recommendations, things that are done wrong, make recommendations? What are we paying for this audit to tell us that we're in good shape or not?
So this will be an audit of the, basically the bookworks, the accounting and things, so they'll go through Mr. Colker's documentation, work with him a little bit. If they find things in the past, they have made recommendations to change. If they don't, they say it all looked well, thumbs up.
But they don't go through and look at our books to see if anything is out of place or misleading or like a state audit kind of thing. They just, it's kind of a rubber stamp thing that's never questioned or?
It's not a rubber stamp. They're gonna go through our financial statements and things like that. But to go through every book and things like that, that's not what this is. Right.
Well, I can say that they get all of our financials, and then they also do a random picking of, we need to see this and that, all the way down to signed time cards. We need to see your grants. We need to see your signed minutes. We need to see certain purchase orders. They do go into those.
Okay, thank you.
Further? If none, call for the vote.
Rushiers?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
No.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Yes.
All right. Item G, approve the mayor to sign a contract with Professional Pest Control Company Incorporated to renew citywide mosquito fogging for the months of June through possibly October, is what that really should read, 2024 in the amount of $5,000 per month.
Motion.
We have a motion from Charles,
Second.
second from Gantier. Discussion?
Yeah, I asked this to be pulled because, and maybe you just answered the question, are we gonna be paying $5,000 a month regardless of if it's needed or not?
No, we will only pay, it's $2,500 for every spray, and they spray every 2 weeks, in a different portion of the city.
But,
So if we don't need to spray in October, we will not be billed for October.
I don't think they need to be spraying right now. There's no rain. I mean, the rain, we're not in the monsoon here. I mean, there's, the habitat, for lack of better words, doesn't exist for mosquitoes. And whenever we had the rain the other day, the streets were dry. I mean, everything was dried up with that evening. So I don't think we need to be paying this until we absolutely need to pay it. I hear Nina's point. I get Nina's, and I support Nina's position here that, you know, I don't think we should be spending $5,000 per month to spray for mosquitoes that are non-existent because we haven't had rain.
So
And if we can spot spray it to more accurately identify issue areas, then I would support that, I think.
And we can do that. We can talk to Mr. Kennedy, Professional Pest. We do have reports of standing water in places throughout the city. For example, the drainage ditch by Mr. Greninger's house, there by the cemetery. There were some out at the range. There's those large tanks, and those have been holding water, standing water. I could give a few others, but the idea is they are throughout the city. So I can talk to him about that. That's absolutely doable.
Okay.
The idea is that, given the permission to do the months that would need to be, that are typically for the larva and the egg production of the mosquitoes and other bugs that the methrin will take care of. That's really what the contract is, so that we have. Here's the deal, is that when we got to looking, since before Jimmy left office, we've not had a solid contract with them. So this was to renew what the last 4 years did not have. And so.
I also, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wouldn't call what's in the packet a contract. It's one piece of paper that says we're gonna spray for mosquitoes. Here's how much we're gonna do it. Doesn't even tell the process, the areas that they're going to cover. And again, to Nina's point, what chemicals they are or will not be using.
They're using a 4% methrin.
Which is, I mean, I could count the words here, but I mean, it's one paragraph at most. With cost of treatment, 5,000, it's on page 18 of the packet.
Yeah, I can't read page numbers over there. No, that's infrastructure. What page am I on there, Chase?
22.
22.
Sorry, my eyes aren't back yet. I wish they were.
While we're searching it, I just want to mention, I agree with with Nina when we had this a year or two ago. I would like to, I mean, I know we have to spray some, I get it. But minimal impact is good because I mow. And I have seen a lot of dead birds through the years and things like that that look like they could possibly be from buildup of chemicals and such or whatever. So smallest footprint as possible to get the job done.
So when I talked to, because I brought all these up, I've heard these concerns in the past, and we talked about it. I was pretty solid with them. I also have a little bit of a background in selling the pesticides and such. The parts per million on this are such that it really only affects the adult mosquitoes. So respiratorily for adults and humans, it's not significant enough to cause any serious issues. Somebody may have an allergic reaction, that's on an individual deal. But the idea is that it's typically that permethrin is mild enough that it won't affect larger animals, birds, dogs, cats. So
it does affect pollinators.
It does affect pollinators. They are insects.
So I guess my point, I think there's a better way of going about this, rather than just, for pun intended, cast the net very broadly. Let's take a very pointed approach here. Do we actually have, is it considered a nuisance if people have water on their property, standing water that they're not dealing with?
Yes.
So we could actually,
Trent does.
so I mean, we could deal with it that way. But, you know, I hear what you said, where there are some pockets of water standing around. Yeah, let's spot treat those with however we got to do it. But driving around and, you know, the city and just fogging the city for $5,000 a month, whenever whenever.
And again,
I mean, we're in the dry season. I don't see it.
I hear you. What he's going to do, and this is what he's shared with me, because I took the concerns of you, Mrs. Webster, those others that have requested to be no spray areas. They try to seek out those areas that really need to be sprayed when they need to in these months like now. So we can definitely go in and say, hey, unless it needs it, we're not doing it. It's not that he's going to just automatically spray every part of the city every 2 weeks. So they'll search and identify.
That's hard to tell from this non-contract contract.
Well, it's also hard to put a finger on where the water's going to be, where that need is.
I mean, if you read the quote contract, fogging the entire city weekly for the months of June, July, August, September, October, that's not what we need. And if they're not doing the entire city, the cost should go down substantially. That's my point.
So would you recommend a different contract?
I would recommend a contract that specifies very detailed what they're going to be doing, spot spraying. And then if there is an area of the city that needs it because of some, I don't know, infestation of mosquitoes, then yeah, we could consider that.
Mr. Mayor, I highly respect Nina's position on this, but I am for killing the mosquitoes. But I do think that this is just a price quote. It's not a contract. Mr. McBride, do you consider that a contract based on that one paragraph, 2 paragraphs?
If you're voting to accept it, I think it's probably an enforceable contract.
Well, it says contract for citywide mosquito fogging.
I think it would be enforceable.
I'm sorry, what?
It would be enforceable, I believe.
I have a question for you and a question for Shay. Sure. You said it kills adults. What is there, if anything, are we doing for non-adults?
Right, that requires a heavier spray. That is a different mixture. So the idea is if you kill the ones that are reproducing, they're
If you kill them before they can reproduce, that seems a little more effective.
well, sure, and that's why
We
we're
buy
also trying to
$5,000 worth of dragonflies every month.
What was that?
I was thinking we buy $5,000 worth of dragonflies every month. I'm
So,
being
you know,
facetious.
A less expensive alternative as was discussed in the last.
Can you come up to the microphone so we can all hear you?
Yes, Nina, you are
Yes, you need to-
violating your own cardinal rules.
Yes.
As was discussed in the last administration, at the time, I don't know now, a less expensive alternative was to target the larva in tall grass, standing water, brush, especially with water, not to spray, but you put these little things in the water that attacks the larva.
Mosquito dunks.
There you go. And it helps prevent mosquitoes. Instead of having to spend all this money, do all this spraying all over the city to attack the adults. So there are alternatives.
Yeah, but what do those things cost?
That's
what I said. The city was supposed to look into that
how
a couple of
many
years
had
ago, and
to
it didn't happen.
I understand. I like to eat honey, love it. I like to watch butterflies. They're pretty, but we've still got to deal with that West Nile virus something. And I don't know what portions to do this.
Bruce, did you just hear what I just said?
Yeah, did you hear what I just said?
This will combat the mosquitoes. I'm not saying that we...
In Florida, they had this problem. As I understand, in Florida, they did a lot of scientific research, and they made the mosquitoes sterile where they could not have babies. That would work, but it would cost more than the city's got in Tulsa.
Okay, well, I've never heard of that.
That's true.
All right, let's get back to
Back to my point, it was not about bees and butterflies and all that. My point was, we're throwing money at a problem that's non-existent.
Find less expensive alternatives that work, that other towns are using.
Before we go on, you had a second part of your question.
This is from June, which is the past year, fiscal year.
Was that a Scribner's error that it should have been July, since we're in the beginning of our fiscal year?
He gave us this in June. So the fact that the council meeting was, 2 days after the start of our fiscal year is different, but we also did not have anything even in June. So
Well, he dated that, if I read it right, the 20th of June, which would be a week before the fiscal year starts. So to me, that's starting in July. You're sending this proposal out for you to expend this on your new budget.
Okay.
I know.
Has he sprayed yet?
Yes. I think yes. No, he did not, because we didn't have this, and so we told him we couldn't spray till we had it.
Okay, so June's out.
June would be out, and October, like I said, I'm sorry, Jerry, there's a brain part there. October is not a guarantee either, because that gets pretty late in the season, so it's a possibly on October, so.
So is there a way to do what Councilman Trammell's suggesting, though? Is there a way to either have him do a different contract or whatever to do
Absolutely.
the spot spray type thing? We're not paying $5,000 automatically every month, and then as needed, and maybe do it maybe for the bigger events. I can see where you don't want to have mosquitoes at Freedom Fest, and maybe even during soccer, whatever. But look at that, so we're not we're not saying, because otherwise he likely will spray and get $5,000 a month, right? I mean, that's
we can send this back to Mike, and we can discuss that.
Okay.
The question would be, we're going to have to put some kind of language out here today. We're going to spray this week.
Right.
Be accurate. We can't use this.
Or he's going on the honor system, one or the other.
Because that is this Saturday, isn't it? Yeah.
But he doesn't have to.
Councilman Bradshaw's wanting to spray or Freedom Fest or whatever.
Well, I mean, it's
4
on
days.
there, special treatments to be performed on the soccer field for the 4th of July celebrate, which is this Saturday.
Or we could buy semis off and give everybody in town.
I have 2 questions and just 1 comment. First question is, if we require them to do more spot spraying, if I was that contractor, I think I would probably up my price and have to charge more if you're going to have to do spot spraying around the community, which is going to raise your price. If the the contractor, I'm sure, is thinking of that. My next question is to Nina, is you said somebody in the city told you that we were going to do this, look at doing this stuff about.
Mayor Lee.
Yeah, who said that?
Mayor Leeds.
Okay. And then my last question to Councilman Gantier is, your dead birds that you said you thought looked like they died from chemicals, did you hire a veterinarian to do a necropsy on those birds?
Autopsy.
Necropsy.
No, sir, but when I see a large quantity of dead birds, then I at least have to entertain the possibility that there may be a buildup of poison. And
What
it's
portion?
at least worth discussing.
What portion of the city, what part of the city were those dead birds found in bulk?
Places where I was cutting at the time. That was 2 years ago
Okay.
that I'm referring to.
Okay.
Back when, but it was significant. There were dozens of birds that I've seen.
Okay. Thank you.
So let me make one comment to Councilwoman Branch. Thank you. I do know that when they mix up the chemicals, I believe he said it was a 250-gallon tank that they make, and that's specifically for us. So that's part of the reason they do the larger areas, is to use that up and not let it sit. I don't know if it loses potency or not, but that was one of the concerns he has. So, and the price of the chemicals has gone up exponentially, and so even at this price, we are getting quite the break on the cost per gallon.
Well, if other cities are moving to spot spraying, it seems like our little podunk town Pryor may want to step up, modernize, and do the same thing. I mean, let's think about this logically here. Let's follow the lead of the other cities. I don't want to use the word be progressive, but let's rethink this whole concept of fogging. Other cities are spot spraying, Pryor can spot spray, and is it at a cheaper price? I don't know. Let's see what they come back with as a quote.
We can absolutely take it back to them.
I'm curious, and I don't know, but how would you determine what spot to spray? Let's go between my house and your house. There's little creeks, there's little ponds. They've got water in them all the time, and I don't
Again,
know.
other cities are identifying that.
I don't know what other cities are doing.
Yeah, other cities are doing it.
Who's doing it? We can talk to them.
I want to say one thing to be fair to everybody on this. In the summer of 2022, I was sitting in the audience when this came up, probably the same time period. Nina was here, Mr. Kennedy was here both. To be fair, and to our vendor or our contractor, I think that we need to probably be fair to have Mr. Kennedy here to talk to us about what he's doing, what he's not doing, justify and answer questions that you all may have about your contract. So I make a motion, well.
What can we do? Because
Right.
we do, I think I'm guessing we want the soccer field sprayed, at least that
So,
area by Saturday. Maybe, I don't know.
Let me make a recommendation. And again, Mr. Kennedy is very, very easy to work with.
Yes.
He's been very cooperative, and over the last couple of years has given the city quite the assistance on the price of what he does. We can go back to him and let him know that we want to visit with him in a council meeting. We can do that on the next council meeting, I believe it was the 16th or so. I can see if he can give us a price just for this coming weekend. And if that's reasonable, then I can sign that, and it won't need to be a big deal. We pay, I think it's $175 a month for here in the library to be sprayed on our normal pest and spider sprays and stuff. So let me talk to him about that. If that's the case, we'll bring him back on the 16th to rediscuss that and see what we can do.
I think there's enough questions about it, we need to.
And can we go out for bids? Was this a sole source bid?
It has been, yeah.
Can we go out? I know there's other pest control companies in Pryor. Let's open this thing up for bid. See if we can't get a better deal. Nothing against, I use professional pest control for my personal residence, but nothing against the Kennedys. I like both of them, but this is city money here, taxpayer money. Let's try to spend it smartly.
I think we're going to have to figure out what we want to do before we ask how much we want to do it for. Because I'm kind of like you. I don't know spot spray. I don't know how you're going to pick it. And they can tell us that.
They would tell us that, I think. So, Mayor, I think I made the motion, so I'll amend my motion to table this until we can get number one, bids on this. Number two, an actual contract rather than a piece of paper that says a contract. And number three, we can get anyone interested who bidded to come and talk to us at the next council meeting.
So to clarify what you're wanting to do then, you're said to table this, but then you also said to go out for bids. So are you wanting to reject this proposal
Yes,
of that renewal then, and then do something different? Is that what you're really wanting to do?
Yep, that's fine.
At the speed of government, should we just get this bid for next year?
Yeah.
So you changed your original, who was the one that seconded it? Then I'll go ahead and.
So we're amending to table or?
Reject.
Reject.
Completely
amending
reject?
to reject.
Yeah,
Reject
and go out for bids, that's what he's wanting to do.
In the meantime, I'll talk to him about the special need for this weekend.
Which is tomorrow. No, I'm sorry, for the weekend, yes.
No, it's Tuesday.
Does it need to be included in their bid?
No, I meant, we're not doing it on the 4th like America does it. Okay, I got you.
Well, listen, on that, I want to make one comment on that, just so everybody knows. I'm not going to get off subject. We did the 4th last year, and a neighboring town did the 6th that we've partnered with. And in that, Adam and I worked pretty hard on figuring that more, so Adam, I'm just going to take credit a little bit. But the idea was, what we found is by alternating those days between two towns, we kept people in Mays County, and that ultimately affected our tax revenues way to the positive. And so in good faith, good friendship with our neighboring town, we gave them the 4th this year, and it worked out for us to have it on Saturday. Next year, it'll probably be back if the days line up. And so there was a little reason to that, but it also works out better for us. So,
Thank you for explaining that.
like America does.
Yeah.
Does whoever wins this bid does it need to be included in the bid that they need to be at the next council meeting that it's proposed at to explain their bid?
That's not going to probably be able to happen in those timeframes because we'd have to post those bid requests.
And whatever bid they accept, and we're wanting an explanation about what they're using. If I'm bidding it, I want to know that I'm.
Right, I can have them put that on the bid.
So just make that a requirement of the bid.
Yeah, we need to have specs of what we want before they submit a bid.
Yeah, I agree.
That was gonna take some research probably.
Are you catching what I'm saying though? Terry, if I were to put that out to you tomorrow, it'd be in next week's paper. We'd be.
That's a good question because the mosquitoes are out there smiling right now. It takes a long time to bid something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we enter a 12th point of view.
But it's the dry season, according to our Ward 3 colleagues.
I will say that I was mowing yesterday.
My tree's still wet from the rain last week, so it's not me.
There were plenty of mosquitoes out last night on my front porch.
So then maybe, okay, I'm just thinking out loud with Councilman Brown's last thing. So is it something that, since this is obviously going to be a process that takes several weeks to months,
Then we'll be in October.
is it possible, that's what I'm saying, if we're not even voting on this till October when it's not even needed,
We probably ought to
do we
get
need
this
to
done.
get this done and then look towards, next year, obviously get this on the radar way early and put bids out? I don't know, just.
Yeah, we did, like we said, we didn't realize that was dated on the 20th. I think it was the 19th when we realized that we didn't have an actual contract with them. And I called and said, hey, if we're gonna go anywhere with this, I have to have something. And so.
I have another question that makes it worse.
Did I answer your, hang on one second.
Go ahead.
Did I answer?
I'm just wondering what that looks like then, instead of rejecting, I'm just asking how that would, I don't know.
You said
Is
that you
this
could talk to him
something
and basically see if he could spot.
Yes.
And we need that answer first too.
Yes, and I
But
can
the
call
deal
him.
is we totally reject it and go out for bids. It may be August or better before we get a,
Which was what I was hearing Councilman Brown say, yeah.
First.
When they spray, do they kill the mosquitoes that's right there then? Or does it stay on the ground and kill them a week later? Or the butterflies and whatever out of the way at that time? You know, I don't know. I've got a lot of questions. I don't
Yeah.
know.
He probably would be better to answer that. You know, there is a residual, when you're a bug, there's a residual, but for a human, you'll never feel or see or touch a residual.
And I understand there's different strengths of this that may affect a bee or might affect a bee and affect a mosquito, but I don't know all that. I would really love to talk to him before we did anything to see what we knew, what kind of target we want to have, because we don't know.
We could, given the time frames around this, this would likely qualify for an emergency spending that would not require all of the bidding procedures.
Yeah, it's for the health and safety. Yeah.
Even though we waited to the 11th hour?
How about 11:30?
I don't
Yeah,
think it matters
that's
what
unusual
creates
for
the
us.
emergency if it qualifies for an emergency.
So if I'm understanding
You're
what some
ahead of
people
me.
are saying, maybe provisionally accept a short duration of this proposal / contract that he had to give us time, is that what?
My idea was we probably need to do this, looking for somebody else and everything next year. This is a little too close, and there are mosquitoes out there now. And if he wants to go in and spot, spray the areas and stuff like that would be all right. But if we go through the whole process of getting bids and doing that, it's gonna be in the middle of August or better before we get the first mosquito spray.
Teenagers by then.
Yeah, those mosquitoes have 2 or 3 batches of youngins, won't they?
Right.
Will actually do it if you hold it off till next year, because I haven't had much luck with the council for several years now.
Well, you got us talking.
Yeah, we spent half an hour on it so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, still trying.
So what's the motion? I'm already lost.
Motion's to reject.
Motion was to reject.
To reject, get bids and actual contracts, wants to hear from bids.
Can I recommend we reject, and I'll talk to Mr. Kennedy about what we can do for this upcoming event. And then I can,
Let's get it on the agenda for next time.
Not me.
To go out for bids. The reason Pryor's in the problem it is, we just sit here and we don't bid, we just sole source stuff. It's like, we've got to start doing business smarter.
so,
Otherwise, we're just throwing, like, spraying for mosquitoes in areas that don't have mosquitoes. It's
Well,
So I wouldn't-
something like that may cost more per gallon, but overall, are we gonna be spending $5,000 a month? Especially when we have a police chief who's asking us for officers, we have other folks asking us for people, and, you know, weigh out all our options on this.
But I've said this before, I always recommend bidding if bidding is available. There are about 3 industries I know don't require bidding. Fortunately, one is the lawyer. Other than that, I would recommend bidding almost every time, just in case somebody brings a lawsuit.
Mayor, this ties in with this on bidding, and Mr. McBride opened it up for the discussion on it, I believe, when he mentioned it. I was thinking about this back a couple months ago about the air conditioner bids for the rec center. And I would like us to seriously discuss and get with the ordinance committee about completely rehauling, redesigning, relooking at our entire policy on bidding. And would like to have that brought up at a meeting in the future to discuss it.
I do know some of that is required by state law, they have some of
Yes.
that addressed.
And that is a whole nother argument, a whole discussion for that, but our bidding policies are not uniform. We don't go out for open bids, we don't publish it in the newspaper like you should for bidding. The county commissioners are an example that they go into specific detail on bidding everything. And one of the things that we need to do is open those bids, sealed bids, in a council meeting But I want us to revamp and look at our entire bidding process, the entire ordinances, a policy, get with other municipalities, OML, whatever we need to do to completely overhaul and reform our bidding process.
100% agree.
So,
And things like this and other things should be bid way before the beginning of the fiscal year, so you've got it plenty in time and place. But we need to reform our entire bidding procedures.
so, yeah, we've talked about that, and I agree 100%. I think,
It's time to do it now.
yeah, so I want to be on this, I know we're beating a dead horse with it, but I want to be 100% transparent. The email that went back and forth on this, it was actually June 20th at 2:28. Courtney sent me an email, said, and I quote, "We do not currently have a contract with Professional Pest Control. If we plan to do sprays, we need a contract. We have never had one before." So I responded back, "That's the wrong mouse."
Mr. Mayor.
Hang on, I'm not done. I'll give you a second. I want to finish this while I'm on it. I said, "What have we been operating on? The city's used Mike Kennedy for years. I'll reach out to him in the morning." So I reached out to him immediately after that. She responded back, "A handshake agreement." I know in the past we've discussed, and we've had Mr. Kennedy here, so I know that there's been something in the past, but I'm with you 100%. And that's why I don't have any opposition to bidding this process out. But
But in the meantime, what do we do?
yeah, this is part of that cleanup that we've been talking about working. These are those things we find. I sit here tonight, I've got 2 bids here for air conditioners. Now, I will say, I did rip them, I haven't looked at them, just because I didn't want to have to do that right here, but they're here, they're still in their envelopes, and we'll discuss those in a minute. But I think as we've been discovering the flaws that we've been operating on, we've been trying to correct those. So we can get that on the agenda list to get that up and moving.
Don't you really have to bid anything over $2,500 though?
Seal. Yes.
Okay, so this is over $2,500, so.
Contract is over.
And it's a contract service, not a tangible good, too.
Sure.
So tonight, we're going to reject the contract. I'll discuss with Mr. Kennedy. We'll get him on the next agenda.
I want to,
Yes, I'm sorry.
I just want to mention, and Nina, correct me if I'm wrong, previous administration, when we discussed this, wasn't this one of the ones that they said that we had a renewable contract? It was an automatic renewable?
Yes. As a
And
matter
so
of fact,
I'm only saying that because the claim was there was a contract. I don't know if there is one or if there's not. I'm just giving you that information for you to have.
Awesome.
So.
Sorry, I don't know what else to say. Yeah, no, yeah, we looked. We
Okay.
looked everywhere and we could not find it.
So we didn't have a contract, but we were told we did.
If we have one, we cannot locate it, and we looked pretty in-depth after this.
Well, I'm sure he would have had it.
It doesn't, I would assume Kennedy doesn't have one, or when you asked for one, he would have sent it.
No, that's what he brought over. So,
But you're suggesting that we reject this now, though, and go out for bids later on, and that leaves us with the dilemma of, it would make the pollinators happy, but it would not eliminate our problem of mosquitoes now until then.
I mean, I guess the mayor could put on the agenda an emergency, something to handle a temporary if need be.
Would the price of one spray be below your authority?
the price of one spray, $2,500 for a 2. Sorry.
Mosquito?
Oh, yeah.
You saw it.
So for that $2,500 though, you're just gonna have to spray the soccer field area? That one,
The soccer field will not cost $2,500.
Well, that's what I'm saying, his bid though says $2,500 for each spray.
No, if you look special,
That's
you
a
look at
special
their,
treatment, it's considered a special treatment.
No.
at no
That
extra
is
charge.
Every 2 weeks, it's $2,500, and those sprays are, it could be the entire south end of town from 17th down, or Chris's house, Bruce's house.
Oh, okay, it says special treatment for the 4th of July thing is no charge, but that's only probably if he gets his contract.
Well, of course.
Probably.
Okay, so I'd like to rebut Terry that I am in agreement, Terry Lamar, Councilman Terry, I am in agreement that this is the 12th hour here. It should have been dealt with a long time ago. It should have been dealt with years ago. So why not just table this and really commit to working on it for next year, to go out for bids?
You don't want to table the contract, you either want to reject it and have a new one brought up, or accept it, one or the other. Because if you table it, you're not going to be able to entertain anything else.
Oh, okay.
So we do have a motion and a second.
So when we're getting bids, I would be of the opinion, whether or not we accept it or not, but when we're getting bids, we should do July, August, September, October, May and June of next year, so that we're at least a little bit ahead of the curve.
Or at least get a
Because if
monthly.
we're signing it, yeah, or a month, something, but if we're signing a contract for a year, and we're in the beginning of this year, we might as well get it ready, done for next year.
And I think in your bid request, you want to put the specifications of what you want, whether that's spot, whether that's mixture.
And that's a big
Large
problem,
size.
because we don't know
Because
what
we don't know right now.
So currently, those that aren't aware, we have 4 places in town that we do not spray. We have, of course, the corner of 9th and Veda. We avoid that.
Thank you for announcing that.
Hey, you got signs everywhere. We all know where you're at. You got your bee signs out there.
That's true.
Or I'm not mowing my lawn, I'm feeding the bees. We have Webster's Garden. There's a spot on First Street, and then I believe up near the Valley's house. I believe it's the 4th.
Okay, you specifically mentioned LaValle, Webster's Gardens and there, but on generically, you just said on First Street. Which side of First, where at?
I don't know where that residence is.
Okay.
Mike has said there's somebody on Central Northeast First Street, so I apologize, I should have. The others were listed specifically by.
They do Keel Road.
Probably not. I don't know if they go out that far. Those are questions for him, so we need to get where we're going with this one.
Well, speaking of that, when you do your contract for this and your specs, we have areas out in the country that we have annexed in, i.e. the district, Keel Road, Airport Road, that should be included as part of the city.
So the bid needs to include a map.
When you annex stuff in, you need to give them the proper services like everybody else gets. Or not annex.
Whatever you guys suggest, I'll take to them. That's not a big deal for me. I mean, I just want to make sure that we don't miss out on opportunities we need to do now.
That's what I was saying, so we think we can go ahead and get him to take care of, you can do that first initial spray while we're waiting. And get the, if that's 2,500, you get that's.
I'd say get you some damn off.
And then.
It's right at 2,500, so I mean.
Maybe they'll give you a penny discount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll come off a penny just to be able to make it happen.
Not after he sees this council meeting, probably.
What Lamar just said, we're going to buy a crop duster, cover everything.
Okay. So the motion is to reject the contract.
Could you actually read that motion so we could know what we're voting on, please?
And then to reject, get bids, and actual contract, and want to hear from the bidders.
Okay. Terry, what do I, since with the holiday this week, when do I need to have that to you post?
Early as you can tomorrow. Everything moved up. We're on the schedule.
To my best. I would stay late and get that to you. Okay?
So please repeat the motion again.
You have to hurry up and vote so I won't forget.
The amended motion is to reject, get bids, and an actual contract, and wants to hear from the bidders.
And are we gonna put it in there when we want the bids back by?
I'll do it.
Terry needs to know that for his.
I'll do it just like I did the others that I have right here in my hand. For the AC. I'll be very specific. They just don't need to be sealed. So, because it won't exceed 20,000. We all good? Call for the vote.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier.
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar.
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers.
Yes. All right, good discussion, thank you. Item 5. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 5 till the hour.
trying to be like.
I'm really not hitting it that hard.
We just need to make a rubber one.
Start throwing it at each other.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Lamar?
I make a motion that we approve the 2024 emergency operation.
I'll second that.
I bet he was gonna read that.
Yeah, I was gonna read that, but, you know, if you wanna make that motion for mayor's report item A, let me read that so everybody knows what he's talking about. Discussion and possible action regarding the 2024 emergency operations plan.
So
You made a
moved.
motion to approve, and you second, right, Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just trying to streamline things.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate the efficacy. It's great. Discussion on that? If none, call for the vote.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier.
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw.
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Item B, sealed bid opening for the installation of 4 new 10-ton AC units at the Graham Community Building.
Motion.
Okay, motion from Cholia, second from Mr. Rushier. Did I get that right? Rushiers. That's what I thought. I just thought I had the total wrong last name, that's what it was. I have 2 bids here. I have one bid from Jayco Heating and Air and another bid from B&B Sheet Metal Heat and Air out of Collinsville. So the first bid for Jayco. Description, Graham Community Building, installation of 4 5-ton train HVAC systems. Pricing includes all necessary accessories to complete the installation. Pricing includes removal and disposal of old equipment. He lists the item numbers and such, the SKUs, and that is 4 at $8,750 a piece for $35,000. The bid from B&B, Project Graham Community Building, 6 North 8 Air, we propose to replace 4 10-ton AC units, 4 horizontal coils, 4 upflow coils, 2 furnaces with filter racks, reuse the existing copper. Quoted equipment with 5-year warranty. Freon is excluded. That's noted on all repairs there, by the way. Includes 1-year labor warranty, $54,292.
Okay, I have a question.
What's your question?
On the first one from Jayco, okay, first of all, our bids are for 10-ton air conditioners. You said that Jayco's was for 5-ton, is what you read when you read the quote, when you read the bid.
Correct. And the original was for the 4 10-ton.
So the other one was for 10-ton.
Yeah. So both have been on site and looked at those and have touched and measured and looked. And that's, so you've got the 10-ton units versus 5-ton units.
Wow.
See,
Well, the question is, are the 10-ton units needed, or do we need that much capacity?
Probably. I do know that, I'm sorry, I keep trying to take on max for that thing. The original price, and this is why we went out to bids, was, am I safe saying what one of those bidders originally gave me a price for?
I think it's an open record, yeah.
Was for $80,000 from, and I've shared that with some of you in my office. From Jayco, the original bid was for $80,000. So I'm sure that lower price for the 35 is for the smaller units. Currently,
So is the
building
smaller
has-
unit going to be adequate enough to handle the job for years to come?
We have an HVAC person in the ground. I'm not
Well, I mean, I've worked in HVAC before with Casey's, and units are becoming more efficient with technology, but the question is if you do have a lower capacity unit, that is going to be the question. They have to measure everything out, and then it also has to be able to maintain the load. You can only run so much air through them, and that air can only carry so much heat.
Did you put a bid out for a size unit?
No, because I took them to the site and said that they needed to come look at it.
Okay.
So that I gave them that option.
So the specs were not for a 10-ton? The specifications that we put in our properly
I'm trying to find exactly what was original.
posted bid?
No, the original was for the 10-ton units, and when I took B&B out and he measured load, first thing he said was, these are 10-ton units. They're on the north side of the building.
Basically, I want to ask why Jacob thinks we would be okay with 5-ton units as opposed to 10. And like I said, technology is a lot better, but at the same time, you're going to run your cost of repairs up if you're overrunning units.
Mayor, what was on there in the beginning? What size?
They're 10-ton units on there right now.
I think we don't want to go any lower than that.
So as I pull up the original bid, I'm sorry, Jayco has on the original 4 5-ton units on the original for $80,000, but he rated them at $20,000 a piece. And so his new bid is $8,750.
Was the bid request put out for a size? Or did it
No,
just?
no.
Is it not in our bidding policies to have a specification packet to give to the bidders?
No.
Shouldn't we?
How would you know if you're not an HVAC person?
That's exactly why I asked them to come and look on site. And they all came with their tape measures and these are HVAC professionals, and they were on site. So,
Mayor, what was the price on the 10 tons?
50 something.
54,
54.
292.
yeah, 54,292. And that includes the 4 horizontal coils, 4 upflow coils, 2 furnaces with filter racks, and reuse existing copper.
And what was the estimate of the price on the 5-ton?
And you know who does that?
35,000.
He had the guys come over to do it.
Yep.
So,
That's what the deal was. If you were gonna get one for your house, who would you
would it be
have?
allowable to, I'm kind of jumping ahead, I know.
You call the air conditioning guy, say, what do I need, right?
Why don't you call C, why don't you do C and then I'll say what's
Either there, you're gonna have to hire an engineering company to come out and engineer it.
Because I'm basically not wanting to do anything with this until we talk to Jake about when some of the 5-ton instead of 10-ton.
Further questions?
I mean, I know they have code that they have to line up with as far as sizing goes, because that's all EPA, and you're starting to get into a lot of trouble if you don't do it right. But at the same time, we've apparently done a lot of stuff that should have followed code, and it wasn't done right.
Well,
I'm not 100% sure, Chase can tell us this, whether if it was a sealed bid, that we have the opportunity to go back and let's redo it. I don't know that we can do that.
But if we give them something both to bid the same price, it would be the
Well-
same size unit.
Are we allowed to do that? Are we allowed to ask questions on a bid before we accept or reject a bid?
You are if they're here.
Can we table this, so could, and I'm jumping ahead to C, but could we table this until we get them here? Or can the mayor just talk to them without the council being present? And just say, why did you do this, and the mayor report back to the council?
You can table it and do either one of those.
But we're talking apples and oranges here. We're talking about twice the size units on one contractor, and that's totally different.
It's, I don't think there's an issue with the bidding. So what I originally thought when you were reading it was you put out bids for a 10-ton and somebody gave a 5-ton, which would not be to spec, so I think that disqualified. But if it didn't say what size, you just said, we need this fixed, give us a bid to fix it, and we get those. I think you're fine to figure out why each of those did what they did, because they're obviously two different
And I
things.
think it's prudent and reasonable.
Can we can reject this tonight and then go back and ask for bids
Just
at
take-
10 ton for both of them?
Reopen bids? You mean reject them and reopen bids?
Reject these tonight and then rebid 10-ton units for both of them.
So,
Specifications, yeah, you could do that.
Does it have to be a rejection or reconsider?
let me read this, and the paper, this is what I sent to you. I just pulled this up. The city of Pryor Creek is accepting sealed bids for 4 10-ton AC units. This is at the Graham Community Building located 6 North Adair. Current units in this situation can be evaluated by interested contractors on site. Contractors should contact me, my phone number, for an appointment. Sealed bids must be turned in by 5 p.m. Monday, June 17th. And then all we did when we reposted that was we changed the date, so they'd be open to council meetings.
So you did specify 10.
You specified 10-ton units, so
For a cut and dry.
That disqualifies me.
that disqualifies. Yep.
All right. They made an error, but. Further discussion on that?
I have some.
Yeah, go for it.
It's all Terry's. I think that our bidding process is completely jacked up. I'm not gonna say that we're not following state law, but I think we could be greatly doing it better. I was kindly provided with a book of lots of things, one of them being the city of Muskogee's bidding procedures. I'm not saying that we have to use everything they do, but our bidding procedure in here is 1 paragraph.
Yeah, it's not very
The
detailed.
city of Muskogee's is 5
And
pages.
ours is from 2006, is that what that's?
Correct.
Yeah.
And while we can't make the city stop to fix this, I do think it needs to be expedited on our to-do list. I sat on the UNI committee. I realize this.
Look who's grinning the biggest in the room right now.
I think it needs to be expedited for us to take care of this and to get this under control. And it needs to explain what they need to submit with their bids.
I agree.
Without making the city come to a stop, but we need to figure out how to make it happen.
Can we do that as a preliminary on our next O&I to at least get the ball rolling?
I think that's what you were.
You're the chair of that committee, and I highly encourage
I'm
it.
requesting unless you want me to draft up what we want to discuss, or if you want to do it, I don't care.
I think we can talk about how that's gonna look later. I think step 1 is let's get it on the agenda for topic.
What's our motion on this now, to accept the 10-ton, or what was?
Yeah, have to.
To accept the qualifying bid.
Yeah, or
Okay.
Amen.
All right.
It's gonna take away from one fund that we may need money in there for future acquisitions on
So
properties.
the specific account right now has, I think it has 64,000 in it.
The one,
The one that we were gonna use for that.
the acquisition or the
Yeah,
capital
the
outlay?
sub-account and the acquisition. I don't know the number off the top of my head, Terry. I
What do we have in capital outlay?
Anybody? I don't have that.
Because we're kinda, sounds to me like we're kinda moving stuff around to pay for something that should come out of what kind of fund.
Well, right now, the wonderful thing is that as we're setting up the new budget, I can plan where we put that money. That's, as long as it's not going from the O2 account to somewhere else. If we need to move it from real property acquisition to wherever, that's what Jeff and I are gonna be doing right now, so.
What's my colleague's feedback about where it should be paid from?
You'd think common sense would be capital outlay.
Yeah.
And if you have to make it, switch money around, that,
I'll discuss that with Jeff.
I would think, I mean, just thinking.
But for right now, tonight, we have to decide how we're gonna figure this out, if not later on talking to the accountant.
Well, right now, the intent was that we were gonna use that account with that 64,000 in it,
Why wasn't that on the agenda then?
because we didn't know if we were gonna have a bid to accept. So what do you wanna do?
These bids came in 2 weeks ago.
Terry, what do you wanna do?
I wanna take it out of capital outlay if we have the funds in it for it.
If we have the funds for it, I'll look and see what we've got in there. So.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
I mean, that's me, but I wanna hear feedback from my colleagues.
Backup plan if it's not in capital outlay.
Here's the thing, I just have to have Jeff confirm that we can move those funds to capital outlay. They're not general fund accounts. So that's a conversation I have to have tomorrow or whenever I get hold of Jeff.
To answer your question, Tyler, I didn't have one because I was assuming that this was coming out of capital outlay.
I mean, so then if we approve it, then we're setting on our thumbs because we didn't have a backup plan for where else.
Well, normally, it's all laid out on the agenda, and if you do see that on a lot of other things on here, it's specifically laid out exactly where it's coming from. For some reason, nobody wanted to do it on this one.
Terry?
Yes, sir?
I do know that when I talked to you about this, when Jayco sent in the first quote there for that 80,000.
You did mention that, yes.
And I
I
haven't
didn't
changed
agree
my-
with it, but
Well, but I haven't changed my plan from that.
Okay.
So that was what we originally discussed, and that's what I was sticking to. So.
I guess as the other councilman who's hearing things from both sides here, if it doesn't come from capital outlay, it sounds like that's a problem with you two. Is that accurate?
Well, is capital outlay, my
So
question
I
is, does it have
understand.
the money in it? Is there money in capital outlay to do this?
For the new fiscal year, yes. What that number is right now, I'm still trying to get that worked.
So I would think that's where it'd come from normally, is capital outlay, that's what it's for.
So what I'm saying, and I'll say it one more time, is it's getting with Jeff to see how we move that money over. That's it. So.
Well, I guess I'm still confused.
What I'm hearing is if the money gets moved over, then that's an issue that we don't want, that Councilman Lamar and Councilman Smith don't want. Is that, I don't want to take words and put them in either one of your own mouth.
correct.
If it comes from capital outlays, that's your understanding of what you want to approve.
Well, and my reason for that is that other is set aside for real property acquisition. If we need to buy a piece of property or if
So-
we have houses that,
The sub-account is the nuisance abatement account. That's the sub-account.
yes, that's my
That's
point. We're taking
separate.
away from the nuisance and abatement
Right.
program that we may need money for dilapidated properties, et cetera, to do this with this. That's my concern. And we put these bids out during the last fiscal year, and they're just now coming up, so we should have money in there to pay for that.
Yes, and I'm saying it an umpteenth time. I just have to talk to Jeff and make sure that that money can be put there.
Well, you keep talking about transferring it, I'm just asking, is the money there right now in capital outlay for it?
I
Not transferring
have
it.
to confirm that it's there. If it's not, then I have to confirm with Jeff that we can take the funds and move them to there. Most of what, hang on.
Go ahead.
Most of what is in capital outlay is already allocated for other things, such as vehicles, building repairs. I still have to put a roof on this building.
Yeah.
So, this is a case of nobody planned on $50,000, $60,000 worth of air conditioners kaput at one time.
So you're saying that you don't have access to in the past, whenever we come up here and we say,
I do
is there
not.
money in this account? Boy, Troy looks at the report and I said, yep, there's money in here. Or the city clerk says there's money in here.
Right.
Do we have money in that account enough to pay for this or not tonight?
Talk to us, Troy, what we got?
Well, just like the mayor said, you're gonna have to talk to the accountant, because we're into a new budget year, we're gonna have to find out where the money came from, where it went, and what line item it's on. But until you have the budget figured out, that's not gonna be a number that's available.
If we table it, are there events in the community center the next 2 weeks?
Events in the community center have been canceled because of this, and it is not being able to be used until we do get the air conditioning fixed. Correct, Mr. Mayor?
That is correct. My other concern, and I've shared this with several of you as we've discussed it, with the age and condition of the Graham building, my fear is that the longer we sit in 100 and whatever degree weather, we run the risk of mildew and other damages that are already kind of starting to make themselves prevalent in that building, becoming magnified.
Mayor, is this coming out of the old budget or the future budget?
Well, when the process started, it would have been the old budget.
I mean, is there money there still in the old budget if you want to transfer like you were talking about?
Yeah, the money that's there is going to roll over, but it's taking it from whatever that other account number is. And I apologize, I don't have all 900 of them memorized, but out of that nuisance abatement account, and we would roll that over. Just for point of reference, that nuisance abatement account, I think they've used 30,000 was the most they've ever used since 2017 when Jimmy Trammell and I put the 80,000 in that account. So.
Okay, well, why don't we do a compromise? Politics is compromise here. If we know, and we transfer money around to accounts all the time, rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, the shell game.
Some count.
If we pay this out of real property acquisition, which evidently there's money there for that, then why don't we do that? And then in the motion, we're going to put it that will be reimbursed from capital outlay to replace that with in the new budget by vote of the council.
That sounds fair.
You first have to find out through the accountant whether that's gonna be legal or not, whether you can do that or not.
I'll leave it at, I've said it several times, I need to talk to Jeff about that. I don't have a problem with that, but I need to talk to Jeff and make sure.
And I agree, we need to get it done now. I agree with
I've
that.
got funds available to do it. The method of doing that is absolutely legitimate. Right now, we're just held up on where you guys want that money to come out of versus let's get it done. So.
Okay, so it's going to come out of real property acquisition from the previous year, meaning last fiscal year from last.
It'll come out of this year, but that money will roll over. That's not a rule 90. So whatever's in those accounts that are not in 02 will roll over in entirety. So if we had 60,000 in that account, and the new year comes along, that 60,000 rolls over. It's not subject to the rule of 90% that the 02 accounts are. So we keep saying last year's, in that account, it's absolutely irrelevant. Rule of thumb, we're discussing, it's going to roll over.
So how much money is in the real property acquisition account right now?
60-some thousand.
In that one, in that account I'm talking about is 64,000.
And in your new proposed budget, what would that be knocked down to?
64,000 minus 54,000, that would be 10,000 roll over.
And that would all that you expect to be in that account for next year then?
That 10,000, whatever changed, let's use rounded numbers,
Yeah.
10,000 would roll over.
Right.
And then with the new budget, there would be that money that's allocated out every year, so.
So it would be less, this
No.
$54,000?
It would be more, you'd have more
I
time.
think we're way overthinking this one.
Okay.
Well, with this,
Whatever we allocate this year, we'll add on to what rolls over.
if we table this to next council meeting, give you time to talk to Copeland on the next council meeting, address this, have the answer.
Yeah, we can table whatever you want to table.
Yeah, but Bruce, we're getting it further deeper into the summertime, and it's hotter than hell out there.
I know it.
We have the air conditioner bid here. We need to figure out tonight where we're going to pay for this from instead of putting it off another couple of weeks.
Oh, I agree.
Because then it's going to be probably a few more weeks after that till they can get over here to get it fixed and go. So
It'll be loaded with mosquitoes by then.
Yeah, no spray in there.
So is the motion to approve the award bid and take that 54,000 out of real property acquisition?
Yes.
Okay.
Charles, what's your take on this? From a budget standpoint, budget committee, what do you think? I'm gonna go with whatever you recommend.
If it's legal, do it.
It's legal.
And if Jeff says we can move the money, move it. If he says we can't, we still got money in there.
Okay, compromise then. Let's
Good.
take it out of your real property acquisition.
Call for the vote.
Why? He finally said that.
Just to add spice to it, I did talk to the nuisance abatement officer, and he is on board with that, so he did not have a problem with us taking money out of that account.
As long as it's not gonna short him for next year to get
That was why I asked him.
stuff cleaned up.
That's why I asked him. I already covered that. All right.
That's the best thing you said all night, Joy. Call for the
Call for the
vote.
vote.
So on 5B, we're voting to accept the bid from B&B. Call for the vote.
5C.
Yeah.
Were we already on C?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure hope
I
so.
didn't know if we went on.
We never did vote on B though.
We didn't because the bids were already open.
Yeah, I don't think
So we didn't have to, there was
It
no action
wasn't
for
an
us
action
today.
item.
All right,
Those
5C.
probably should have been one anyway.
What's that?
Those probably should have been one anyway, just to make it easy.
5C. Let's call for the vote.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Yes.
Brown, Tran.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the addendum.
Mayor, could I make a proposal that, I know there's a lot of people on the road tonight who are waiting on 5D, the camping ordinance, oh, I'm sorry,
That's
6D, my apologies. Would it be okay if we could move 6D to the beginning of the city attorney's report and discuss and vote on that so they don't have to sit around the whole time in executive session?
Yes, I had already, as soon as we wrapped up the addendum, to move D and E to the first part of that. So once we were done, they can,
My apologies.
no, it's great. I appreciate you thinking about those that are sitting there. So anyways. Addendum item 1, discussion and possible action regarding an expenditure in the amount of $68,647.95 to APAC, Arcola Dunham's Asphalt Service for 2023 Street Rehabilitation Project, Phase 1, payout number 4, to be paid from Street Rehab Project, account 141455410. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
A motion from Choi and a second from Brown.
Curiosity question. Why was this on the addendum, not on
Because they didn't come in before the original was posted.
the, okay,
Is
thank
that,
you.
I mean, I know that's not what you prefer, but that's what we got. So there's the main sheet, cover sheet. There's the breakdown. Sorry, it's crooked.
Have you looked at that project here?
Yes, I have.
Any thoughts on it?
This first one is for the milling. I mean, yeah, the asphalt on the streets, correct? If I recall correctly. I'm good with it.
It says pay up 4 and 5, so I don't know which one's which.
Yes, you're correct. So we're down. One more page. So you'll see, for those that want to see, right there, that's the description of what we've done. So I can't see that little tiny square over there. I'm not that blind, y'all. I'm just trying to hit the button.
There you go.
Okay, there. All right. Right. Okay. Discussion? If there's no discussion, we'll call for the vote.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Schweitzer,
Yes.
Bradshaw. Yes. Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier.
Yeah, yes.
All right, item 2, discussion and possible action regarding an expenditure in the amount of $26,321.50 to APAC or Colon Asphalt Service for 2023 street rehabilitation project, Phase 1, payout 5, to be paid from street rehab projects account 141455410.
So moved.
Motion from Gantier, second from Brown.
I do have a question on this one. In the packet on the first one, you have the letter from the engineer stating to recommend payment. You have the pay app there that tells you how much it is. And then you have, of course, that document that's the Excel spreadsheet that tells you what all they did itemized out. On this last one, we don't have that third Excel spreadsheet that tells you what they did and what they're billing you for. Why is that? I have them printed off here if you want to look at them instead of.
Yeah, if you let me see those. My guess is they probably just didn't copy onto that.
The first one's probably that first one we just proved. See, there's the Excel spreadsheet.
Right. I don't know. Let me see if they're in the emails.
Do I have that look at it? Probably retainage. See this one? So this is the one where they're billing out everything but retainage. Your last one, you don't need to have one because they're just billing retainage.
So you're, they're billing out the retainage, so there won't be a breakdown?
But on the first one, they weren't.
The first
It's
one
on the
here, I'll
first.
show you. So right
Just for
here.
those who want to know, Autumn is our resident construction invoice
So on this one,
reader.
do you see the invoice? So they billed out the finished.
She does it for a living, so.
This is number 4.
we appreciate
So
that.
finished billing out everything.
And it comes in handy too.
On the sheet right here. So see where it says. And retainage amount is right here, it's 26,000, that's your retainage. So on bill number 4, you're billing out everything for retainage. So see, this is the balance the balance on number 4 is the same as your retainage amount. So now bill number 5 should be your retainage amount. Do you see that? So this number, and this number all match. That tells you this is retainage.
Okay, I'm happy.
All right. So that
Thank
last
you,
one
Autumn.
is they're billing out the retainage. Further discussion? Call the vote.
Lamar,
Yes.
Schweitzer,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go on to the city attorney's report. We're going to go to item B, discussion and possible action regarding an ordinance amending ordinance 7-4-4, camping to 1, prohibit overnight camping within the city limits of Pryor Creek, and 2, allow for the use of a tent in the backyard of private residential property owned directly by the camper for the purposes of family activities for 3 overnight periods. The purpose of modification is to better ensure the safety and health of the city's general public while simultaneously recognizing the need to accommodate limited family activities. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I got a motion from Brashear and a second from Bruce. Discussion. Let's take it one.
Yes, I want to go ahead and say what I want to say. City property, with the Supreme Court decision, yeah, that can be done. I have some concerns about churches being told what they can and can't do, and I understand the idea of following the laws, but the Supreme Court, talked about the one thing, but the other thing is the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And we have a fundamental right as a church, as a believers, to do certain things, and it shouldn't be hindered. I do agree there's problems, but to tell a private property owner what they can and can't do is troublesome to me in this regard. We have money, and I'm an animal lover, so nobody take this out of context. We have, for strays and homeless animals, provisions. But human life is more important than animals. And I said this once before, and I'll say it again. When we mistreat, we can get ourselves in trouble with God. And I don't normally bring God in on this, but this could adversely affect the city if we get crossways with God, and I want to be careful that we consider that. I know it's a problem. I don't like everything that's going on either. But if we could tell this church you can't do what you believe God's called you to do, are they going to come tell me what I can preach and when I can preach? And yes, they've already done that during COVID. And we had to get a law passed that said that they can't close down churches again. So I think telling churches what to do and things like that, I'm very uncomfortable with that.
So, I heard during the, and I'm assuming we can talk about what was said during at the beginning, what is that called, petitions from the audience. I heard at least two people say, let's bring a privacy fence in. Let's let's put some privacy fence up to shield this from, from so much controversy. So, it's right now, it's and I forget the name of the church that this place is on. But Chris, let's take this privacy to the next level, and let's move this tent city, for lack of better words, to your church, which is very private. It has much more space. It has the accommodations needed. So maybe, if you want to talk about giving churches the right to do this, let's have that discussion first and foremost. And let's talk about moving this encampment, tent city, whatever, to your church, because it is much more private. There's less businesses around that will apparently have the controversy that we heard from tonight. Let's go ahead and let's have that discussion. The possibility of moving that to that. I don't know, Janice, if you would be open for that. But that is a distinct possibility.
I don't have the ability nor the resources to be able to do it. I don't have it. Our church doesn't have the funds, doesn't have the ability to do it.
Well, he just heard him say, move it from there, so the resources are there. You would just be moving them from the north side to the south side.
Yeah.
And here's some very good pros. There's pros and cons to everything. Let's go for some good pros to this. Charles is right. You're kind of down there out of the public view. You have what seems to be a pretty good sized piece of property. You have a big building. You are wanting to provide a mission to assist them. So therefore that would give you a facility. It would give you everything out of sight. It would give you some parishioners to try to mission to there. You have a lawn mowing business. You could put them to work, increase your business because you're putting them to work. They could go out with your big fisher and hunter. You could, and you have big shrimp boils and feeds and stuff. They could take your boat and your truck, and they could go out and catch fish and come back and feed them there. So you could put them to work.
Terry,
But anyway, that's that.
I'm gonna time us out because
But I do have a question for.
Hang on 1 second, because I want to bring everybody back to the screen. I think so one of the things that's been really frustrating over the last few days, I'd like to encourage, I blew that up. I think if I go any bigger, it'll be off the page. Nowhere on there do we say the word church. Nowhere on there do we say the word homeless. Nowhere on there do we address that. Yeah, we're aware that there's frustrations with the Impact Center. Not specifically with one individual, but others. But we also need to remember that we've had plenty of properties throughout the past. As I was abatement officer, we had one on Pine on the west street, on the west side of town, where there were squatters in the backyards. Squatters that the property owner couldn't run off. Trent, I think you remember that one, the little red house on Pine that had the squatters in the back, a couple of years back.
Yep.
We've got a house now that butts up to Bobby Buck Park that's got numerous tents that have been up for several months, and the property has fallen into disrepair. My frustration with this is that there were, and I don't say this to offend anybody, I don't say this to start a long drag out conversation. More than anybody, I absolutely respect the rights of individuals in their own property. But you also can't fire a cannon from your backyard. There are certain laws and ordinances that have to be followed. A lot of times what we're finding is that these, and I'm not picking on anybody, I'm not going down any rabbit holes, these areas where people are camping, extended, more or less living, or not being, they're not paying for utilities or those kind of things, not that they have to if they don't own a home. But the idea is that we find that there's a lot of, and I'm going to go back to the nuisance abatement stuff, we find that there's a lot of nuisances, and those nuisances, you know, many of those that deal with this, law enforcement, et cetera, Trent, myself, when I took the code enforcement class and became certified, we take an oath for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And I want to be very clear, that welfare also includes housing values. That includes not just housing, but property as a whole. That includes things like sanitation. Do we have raw sewage on the ground? I don't think there's very many people in here that understand that we get about 2 or 3 letters a month, if not more, from MUB when they're doing their meter reading, that we call it a 10-day letter. We found raw sewage in your yard, you get 10 days to fix it, or we're turning off your utilities. There's a reason that those things are codes. There's a reason that we have Mr. Mills that does what I formerly did. And in that process, for all the people who say, well, you can't tell me what to do, it's not about telling you what to do. It's about taking care of our community. It's about being respectful. It's about being courteous to your neighbors. It's not about picking on the Impact Center, Dan and Janice. It's not about rallying up the pitchforks and going church to church saying, burn the city down because they're telling us what to do. That's not it. Throughout the city, including areas under bridges and overpasses, those bridges down 69 and other areas, we find that Pryor has become a transient town. And with that, you know, whether it's one place or another, we have pages and pages of crime that's happening. We have pages and pages of citations. Poor Trent takes a beating for this stuff. And at some point, we have to say, hey, what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we taking care of our city? There's absolutely never been a moment that I haven't supported, and I'm going to come over here, Janice and her facility. And I can say that because when I was nuisance abatement officer, and there's other people in this room that were with me, we sat down and we talked about the non-negotiables for the city, right? But the idea is that if we have something that squatting or whatever you want to call it is creating a nuisance in our community, what happens when the city doesn't address that? What happens when we don't address those things? So whether somebody takes something personal or not, Trent, I'm sorry, you take a beating for it every day. he's the guy that gets to go in and say, hey, you got raw sewage on the ground, we have to address it. You're maintaining a nuisance. These are all codes, these aren't things we just made up. These are ordinances where the city has set forth law and order and said, hey, there's a reason we can't do this. This wasn't created to attack Chris. This wasn't created to attack the guy that's got a house over by the park. This wasn't created to attack that. If you remember, they were on the north part of town, on the south part of the Giles property camping for a while, and that became a problem. And we addressed, hey, I understand there's a problem there. Where do we put them? What do we do? This problem, we said this when we had that council meeting, where we all kind of came together and talked about helping out the situation. We made it very clear. This problem isn't going away. But the thing that we have control over is what we have to take care of, and that's the sanitation, the health and safety, the commitment. We can't have homes with people squatting in them. But we also, when this was drafted up, very, very creatively tried to keep in mind the things that families should be doing. And for anybody who thinks that this city, for one moment, is against doing those things, as of this morning at 9 o'clock, yesterday morning at 9 o'clock, you could finally fire fireworks in this town. I know, some people don't like it, dogs hate it, I got it. But the idea is, the discussion was that that's things families should be doing. Talking with Chief Young, the burn permits, getting rid of those so that families can have backyard fire pits and do those things. There is an element of that we talk about, but there's also reasons that those things are put into place. So when this came up, it was because we have a problem. And if you don't think it's a problem in our town, get out of your house, get in your car and go drive around. And don't just go to the north of the town. Go everywhere. Go everywhere. Who's been down to the nature park lately? We don't have jurisdiction over that. The county does not have jurisdiction over that. The Corps has jurisdiction over that. The whole daggum thing. But there was a lady down there, and I'm sorry, the Constitution sucks. She's without a home, and it is what it is. But I drove by one day, Bruce, you saw her, laying next to nothing on the roof of her car with her stuff scattered all over that parking lot. That's not okay. That's not okay. It's not okay when they're down these trails and in these places hiding and doing things that, I'm sorry, I'm not characterizing, but when they're down these things doing drugs, we know they're doing drugs because we see it. Chief and his team, they have to go figure it out. We find the needles, we find the spoons, we find the swabs. I found just last week when we had the court hearing for this, in the hallway behind the door over here, a cigarette pack that I was carrying around in my hand, and when I finally decided to open it, had a baggie of white powder and a cotton swab. And the first thing that the officer I handed that to said, oh, we need to find the needle. That's fresh. If you think it's not a problem in our community, you're wrong. We have to, as a city, as a jurisdiction, as the ones that are in charge of this and represent the people, we have to take care of these things. We have to say, look, if you're doing this and it's a nuisance, it's non-negotiable and we got to get it cleaned up. If you're spending your entire day in a tent, I'm sorry, that sucks. If anybody needs a fan and can get electricity, I got, how many did we say? 40 fans, brand new fans at the old PD. I will give everybody in a tent one. I don't want them to have to live miserable, and I hate the fact that they're there. You what? But what we're doing isn't working. What we're doing isn't working. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not valiant efforts. That doesn't mean that we're not out doing the right thing. I can definitely promise you that it's not a NIMBY, and I don't think I've ever heard that outside of what you've shared with me several times. But it is about the things that are non-negotiables. And it's not just Janice that heard that. It's been other people that have heard these things, and the collective was that several council members came to, and this was drafted up to address this issue of we have to have some law and order. And we talk about what other cities are doing. We talk about what other communities are doing. Let me tell you what they're doing. They're addressing it. And they are addressing it a lot more aggressively than we are. So I understand, just like in COVID, I was on the council for a portion of that. And if you recall, the administration at the time put out martial law and said you have to be off of the city streets by 6 o'clock. John Ketcher and I threw a fit about that. You can't do that. That's not okay. It's not okay. You're not going to tell me that I can't take a walk down the street if I want to. The idea is, though, we have problems and we have to address them. So we're either going to get the cooperation that we need so that those things aren't cited anymore, that they're not issues. We're going to make it clear that just because a house is abandoned doesn't mean you get to put up a tent in their yard. And if you get to put up a tent, you're not living there. Because if you don't own the house, there's other things that you've got to do. Life things, like use the bathroom. And if it's not your home, where are you going to be doing it? Now, they have a porta potty. Not everybody has that. Now, Councilman Brown and I were talking about this, about, you know, him and his boys want to camp in their backyard for a few days. Get on it. Get on it. Do it. That's what families should be doing. But there comes a point where you go back in the house. There comes a point where as a city we say, listen, Chief, I'm gonna use our discussions. We're tired of picking people up through town, whether it's at a halfway house or somewhere else, and they're out roaming and they don't have a home, going, well, I was just dropped off here. I came here because so-and-so brought me, or whatever entity brought me. At some point, we as a city have to say, stop doing that to us. Stop doing that to us. We'll take care of what we can. We'll help accommodate the needs, but it's not a permanent fix. So as we do this, I was a little frustrated that it immediately became I heard that this was to be an emergency council meeting to address an emergency ordinance. That's a lie. This is not an emergency, but we're addressing it because it needs to be addressed. I heard that all kinds of rumors, and the point is, we have a problem in our community, and we have to address it. And when, you know, if you speed down the street, you're going to get a ticket. If you don't speed down the street, you're less likely to get a speeding ticket. I know Gilbert's over there going, Park Street. I saw him. He took his hat off and started sweating. But the idea is, if you don't speed, you're not going to get that speeding ticket. If you abide by the laws of the land, if you do those things, and yeah, sometimes it's hard. And sometimes the city will work with you. We have worked with many situations. A lot of those nuisance abatement situations, I had some that went on 2 years. I'm going to use a gentleman we all know, Larry Couch. Who knows Larry Couch? Trent's like I do. Larry was, for all practical purposes, after his house burnt down, and we worked with him 2+ years. Was it? Yeah. You know, we worked with him. We abated the nuisance. The nuisance was the house he was living in. He was borrowing electricity from a neighbor, and it just, he had nothing else. That was the only option. But we abated the nuisance. We got rid of the nuisance. Somebody came in and gave him money for that house. He moved out. He got on. And I'm going to tell you, 2 weeks ago, I'm just going to say this, he showed up at our church as a visitor. And I was like, oh, geez, I took his house. And he came over and said, thank you. I now have a good job at Port of Catoosa. I have my own house. I have a vehicle. I drive a brand new truck. And he's very stable, and he's happy, and he looks healthy. Sometimes when we do those things and enforce those things, good things happen. But this ordinance was not created to attack anything more than the problem of squatters and people that are not taking care of the city with us. And so on that, Chris, you feeling the heat tonight? I hope not. The idea is,
I'll just give my opinion and where I stand, and others do, then they
I
vote.
appreciate that. You know, the idea is that, you know, the council's up here to take care of our city. We're here to represent the people. And there's a whole heck of a lot of people over the last 1.5 years, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years that I was an abatement officer saying, this is a problem. Okay, so now we're addressing it, and everybody's getting upset. So,
Question?
you can ask a question, one question, I'll give you one question.
Thank you.
So if you pass this, this does apply to Tent City, right?
So here's the thing. We talked about this at Supreme Court hearing. Can I discuss what we shared? Thank you. We're aware that that does not provide protection for private property. We understand that where you're at is private property. But we also understand that just like Mr. Brown's backyard is his private property, the laws of the city, the ordinances of the city do regulate even what happens in your private property. So it's not just for one, this is for all. And again, you know, as we sat down and discussed this, we hate that we have to do what we have to do sometimes. But things have to be addressed.
And Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
there were a couple of things that I just want to mention if this does pass. If somebody is in a tent on private property, and let's use it for instance, the Tent City where it is, who gets the ticket or the citation? Is it the ones that erected the tent and is camping, or is it the property owner? I don't see that addressed here, and it's just a question I have.
How would that work, Mr. McBride?
I think it'd be anyone in violation of the ordinance.
So if you're squatting on a property that's not yours, you're getting a citation.
So if the property owner gives permission and they do it, the person that does it's going to be the one that's actually in violation. If I read this correctly, because it doesn't say, because they're not, because this is going to come up.
I think if it's a consented violation, they can both theoretically get a ticket.
Okay, that's what I was trying to.
If someone is squatting without permission, only the squatter would be in violation.
And this didn't just come up tonight. This actually went through the Ordinance Insurance Committee earlier last week. And so they addressed a lot of these things on there. So this is the process. We'll talk about our process, right? So if you guys vote this to go through tonight, there's still, what, second, third readings that we have to do. That just like the firework ordinance we're about to discuss. There's still a process. It's not an overnight, council said yes, pack them up and go back to town. There's still a process. And there's still going to be things like the firework ordinance where we realize we need to change the wording somehow, or we need to do something. So
Fireworks have come back.
Do what?
I think this is the fourth time the firework ordinance has come back.
Yeah, who wrote that? I didn't write.
I looked, but wasn't able to find. Is this able to be sent to a vote for the community?
Oh.
If it involves people's private property rights, which is really my issue as well, I do concur with Chris on that, even though I also agree with the issue that just attempting to tackle needs to be.
I'm not prepared to answer that today.
It has been done in the past with precedents that city ordinances have gone to a vote of the people.
I don't know why it couldn't, but I don't want to give you an answer. It's one of those I can give you a quick or a good answer.
Prefer the legal
I'm
answer.
correct.
I would prefer the good one as well. So I'm leaning towards yes, but I don't want to tell you that.
Just a couple of things, because I truly love the heart of Janice. I mean, and she knows that. And I love the heart and everything behind what, and I know why she's doing what she's done. She's said it. She's been very clear with why, things have gotten to that point. I do feel like too, though, this situation has gone way more bigger than Janice now. This is growing exponentially. Every month, this situation of people that don't have homes and shelter. So, while I agree with the private property thing, I also agree that we are also, and this is where I think, Mayor, I think I agree with you too, because Jesus, we want to love and live like Jesus. I 100% agree with that philosophy. But part of that is being a good neighbor ourselves too. And so respecting the people that are around your property. And so that's where kind of my heart and my head have this, so sometimes it's time to maybe do for some what we wish we could do for all. And I think that's a good philosophy, and that's especially when you don't have the resources that you really need to be able to do what amazing intentions are had, because your heart wants to do it for everyone. And so I think it's just bigger than even, I mean, the ordinance. It is time for not only the city, I mean, like us, it's time for us to get a plan that's bigger than Janice and her board. And it needs to involve a group of people, of which I've communicated with several just over the last week, some people, and reached out to a lot of faith-based members as well as just members in the community. And I think the situation is such now that some council representation, some even law enforcement representation, faith-based community people that have the heart and passion like Janice, and people that need to have some type of a task force at this point to say, what are we going to do next? Because we can say we can have the ordinance and continue, but we're still going to have people that are in need of a place to have shelter in our city. So we're going to have, I mean, it's just going to be this constant thing of poor Trent having to continue to be the bad guy over and over and over. It doesn't solve the problem.
I'd like to say a couple things real quick. The idea about me being attacked and all this, I know everybody's frustrated. I'm frustrated too. Different people have different callings. I love the Africans, I love the Chinese, I love all this, but God hasn't sent me to minister to all those people. Everybody's got a different calling. This is just not what God's called me to do. So whereas I do try and help, I do love, I do care, that's not my calling. So that's another reason, besides the fact that I don't have the resources. But I also want to make a comment. A couple of weeks ago, I did speak personally, face-to-face, with Governor Stitt regarding our situation. And we're hoping to have a meeting to try and, because I was talking to him, I believe we have a disproportionate amount of this problem because a lot of them are attracted to this particular services that we have here, and so they stay here. And I was trying to help him be aware of that. So a lot of people are working, and I'm hoping something comes of it. That's all I have to say.
Quick question. Can we ask them anything about their operation? Or are we relegated strictly to that?
I'd like to stay on topic.
I want to clarify something. So to pass an ordinance or amend an ordinance or whatever we want to put on it for purposes of health and safety, it cannot be to target a specific thing, or you can run into some pretty serious constitutional issues. So as Zach was saying, there are other issues throughout the town. I know immediately when this opened, it went immediately to Tent City. If the purpose of this is to squash Tent City, I can tell you it's unlawful. If the purpose is to fix the town as a whole and other issues, then you can get above that. But I want to make sure everyone knows the constitutionality of targeting specific things.
It's a city problem. I mean, it's not just a tent, I mean, it's a
That's what you
city
guys
problem.
decide. I just want to make sure.
Mr. Lemore touched
laying
on
that
that,
out.
Councilman Bradshaw touched on that. I know if you go to the bridges out here, the nature trail is not in our jurisdiction, but if you go to the bridges, there had been water there. I don't know if there still is today. It is a consequence of passing of this, no doubt. I also want to say Facebook went crazy with this. Just lots of comments, and I don't mean it good or bad. There was just lots of comments about it. Some level of clarity. The city doesn't have the money to house or feed these people, wherever they're coming from, right, and wherever they're staying. Frankly, the city is doing good to just pay the bills that the city has currently. I don't think that we can take on any other extra load. So, for people saying that the city should step up, I don't know that it's our job to fall into that category, but I also know that we don't have the finances or resources to do it either. And, you know, the other issue I see is that once they're, if you kick up a covey of 12, they all fly everywhere, and then you don't know what happens to them from there. So if we pick everybody up and disperse them, we're going to have to live with the consequences that come from that, whatever they are.
To be clear, I'm not saying that we have resources to do it, I'm just
No,
saying
no, I
it is
know
a
that.
city, yeah, it's, you know, it's a citywide problem. And I know
Yeah, I
we don't
agree.
have the resources, just as, you know, when Chris was talking about his church, he didn't have the resources. I mean, it's gonna take money from elsewhere if we're going to have a place to shelter these people, and that's with grants and government funding and things like that.
Very short. Yes?
Yeah.
Somebody?
But you gotta come up to the microphone. Because Dana will send me a text and tell me she can't hear you.
I've been quiet, I've been listening, and I appreciate your guys' comments about knowing that it's not just my responsibility and that you guys are recognizing that this is an issue. Something that I don't know that you guys know, because I hear all of the rumors and I assume that everybody else is hearing the same rumors. I hear the rumors of it's the same old people that are out there for a year long, there's no accountability, there's nothing, you know, they just need to go get a job, they're just, you know, getting 3 meals a day and not doing anything about it. I don't know if you know or realize, over the year, it's been a year now, documented that I know of, that me and my staff can remember and I've got a spreadsheet. There are 187 people that have come and have stayed at least one night in a tent on the property. That's a big number. That's a problem. It's not the same 18 people for a year. We've had 20 people that have left for a different situation. They found housing or whatever it was, and they came back because their situation didn't work. So I essentially count that as another 20 homeless people, as far as what we're taking care of. Of that, 114 have stayed less than 1 week. They literally just needed something for the night, for 2 nights, until they could figure something else out. My question is, when we take away this one opportunity that they have, this one place that they have to go to, and you're already worried about the squatters that are out there, where are these 187 people going to be able to go? Where are they going to go? My next question is, you're worried about the health and all of these people. Where are they going to go to the bathroom? That is my question. Because there were 187 people, if they weren't on my tent city, that you call it, that would have been going to the bathroom somewhere in your community. Because I can only think of, and I might be wrong, but I can only think of 2 places that are open beyond 10 o'clock at night. Come and Go and the gas station at Sinclair's. Where are these people, if they don't have a place to be, where are they going?
What's to say that all these 187 people come to Pryor if this doesn't exist?
So I actually, and I don't have my spreadsheet with me, this was an information that I was prepared to share with you guys tonight, and I would love to be able to, at some point, sit down with you guys or in the council meeting, I don't care, and give you specifics. In my spreadsheet, I was very surprised to find how many people were actually from Pryor before they came to Tent City. And I think that, and I'm sorry I don't have the figures, and I don't want to misquote it. Quicker, good, I like that. I want to have the accurate information for you. But the whole rumor of they're coming from elsewhere, they were already here in Pryor. They came to Pryor for a specific reason, whether it was to come to be with family, whether it was come because they had a job, whether it was they were just passing through, and then they decided to stay, and they'd been here for 6 months, and then they became homeless. I want to be able to give that information to you. But I was surprised to realize how many of these people are actually from our area.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What is your population there tonight?
Tonight, there are 18.
Just 18 people?
Yes.
And how many was there a year ago?
Probably around 18. I average 18 to 22 a night.
How many of the 18?
I'm sorry, I average 16 to 22 a night.
Okay, well, I'm getting at, how many of these people that don't have a home, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and they've got a place to live, they've got a place to eat, how many of them working? I mean,
When they
work
came
all five.
into me, and that's again on my spreadsheet, that was a figure I remember. Since, like, while they were there, during the duration of while they were there were 54 people who have acquired a job. Now, did they keep the job full-term, long-term? No, not all of them did. But actively seeking employment while they were there. Now, and you have to remember, some of them were only there 1 or 2 nights a week, or 1 or 2 nights.
But
So that,
have you got people that's been there for a while?
yes,
Month, 2 months?
54 had acquired a job while they were there.
Okay, but I mean, right now, do you have people that's been there for 6 months and still not working?
The longest person that has been there was the end of March, so that's 3.5 months. Is that correct? And he was working up until last week, and he got fired. So yes.
Well, what I'm thinking, I understand what
And they're
you
not
said.
all capable of jobs. You guys are talking about people who cannot work. I mean, you can't even have a conversation with them face to face. They have mental health issues that limit them to even having conversation, let alone trying to get a job. And they don't have resources or money. They don't have the disability or any of that. They just have been going through life with mental health issues.
Well,
And they can't all just go get a job. And I hate to say that but it's true.
Well, I know a woman real well that was at Claremore come and go, and this guy walked up with a tent in the back, and he said, "Are you going to Pryor?" She said, "No." "Why?" He said, "I understand that's the land of milk and honey on the north end. That's where I'm headed. We don't need that. Now, people that's already here that's got a problem, I understand, but we don't need to come in all over the country with that reputation."
Well, I don't know of anybody that has come to me saying, I Googled a homeless shelter and found a land of milk and honey. There was something that...
Everybody does. Every group has communication.
So I'm gonna kind of
Yeah.
put us back. Thank you, Janice.
Thank you.
We need to remember, and again, I need everybody to get the mind frame. This keeps circling back to the impact center. I'm gonna be loud and clear. This is not specific to her. This is not specific to that. This is addressing the issue that citywide we're having.
There's more than 18 people tonight that are going to be experiencing homelessness
Let me tell
in the
you,
city of Pryor.
anybody wants to get real numbers, take this thing home with you for a night. This one right here. I get calls on 5th Street. I get calls on Whitaker. I get calls on Park Street. These people are sleeping in the park and they're digging through my trash, or they're sleeping here and they're digging through my stuff, or they're walking through my yard. The one that bothers me are the elderly ladies whose husband goes to work at 4 in the morning and goes to her kitchen window and there's somebody standing in her backyard. This is an issue citywide. And for all of those people who say, again, come get it, it's yours if you want it. Mayor, what are we going to do about this? There are people sleeping everywhere. There are people in tents. I had a gentleman who owns a very large business in town, we'll just leave it at that, told me he was mowing his property. This is over a year ago because we were campaigning. Mowing his property, and he was moving pretty quick on his diesel zero turn, and went over by the building that he was mowing next to, and there was a box. And he was just going to hit that box with his mower and get it out of the way until a foot came out from underneath that box. Scared the dickens out of it. Now, I know that there are people that you scare them like that, they're going to put one in you. I'm sorry, I don't need that in my community. I hate that it's there, but if we don't address the issue, again, and I'm not coming back to this again, it's not about specifically Impact Center, it's not specifically about the house over by the park with the tent. It is a collective problem we have to address. And if anybody thinks that they're above the law, they need to realize that the law isn't here to fight you. The law is here to protect the people in the community. Again, when MUB calls and says, hey, we've got this violation in the yard, and people say, well, you can't tell me what to do in my yard. MUB can shut your stuff off if you got raw sewage pumping out in your front yard, because it's a health hazard. It's a safety hazard. The health, safety, and welfare of the community is what this is to address. So, you know, yeah, it sucks that there's a fine line between us staying out of your backyard and us saying, not in my backyard. As a city, we're saying, look, if you're having a rough one and you need a night, you got 3. You and your kids want to camp out in the backyard, you got 5. Councilman Brown asked me when we first started talking about this a couple weeks ago, as law enforcement, is every case going to be addressed if the Doyles are in the backyard camping and the Bradshaws say, look over their fence and go, that tent's been out there for more than a day, I'm gonna call the police. You know, are the police gonna address it? I would sure hope so. I'd sure hope that they come to my house and say, what are you doing? I'm gonna say, I'm camping with my kids, we'll be done by Saturday. Okay, move on. But I would also hope that, because we do have a Largo, 3 acres, and say there were a part of that that I couldn't see, and I found somebody in that tent, and the Bradshaw see it. Now, I don't have a tree one in my yard, but the idea is, I would want the police to come and say, what's going on? Well, stay in here, okay, address it. So yeah, I told them, we would expect every case to be addressed as it's reported. Doesn't mean everybody's getting a citation because they're there, but it does mean that if you violate the law, like Mr. McBride said, every violation of the law is at risk. Just like the nuisances that we have in our community. If you have accumulated trash in your yard, you're going to get a citation.
And mosquitoes.
You say that like you got mosquitoes in your yard.
I don't.
They wouldn't dare.
I don't have trash. She's got lightning bugs.
How mosquitoes guys are spraying.
There are different ways that people come at this, and I've heard all the rumors and stuff from online and where everything's been pointed, but you know, you talk about the parks, doesn't matter what it is, it's a park, it's anywhere in the city. I think one area that folks aren't, you kind of touched on it, that some folks don't think of. What about that single mother of 3 young kids who can't let her kids go out in the backyard? Or she's afraid of it. It doesn't matter who it is, where folks are from. I get it. I have 2 family members that have been homeless. One of them went to an Oxford house, got his life straight, has a business, is married with a kid, he lives in a house. And I have one that became a ward of the state because he decided to reject every hand that was offered him because they said, well, you can't drink. And now his mind is so messed up with alcohol and drugs, he can't live with anybody without any kind of oversight. And unfortunately, you know, there's some mental health that comes along with that. That happens with some people, and it is unfortunate. It is terrible. But my thought is, a mother who can't let her kid, however old, play in the backyard because somebody's at their gate saying, hey, can I come through your yard? And it happens to be, it doesn't matter where they're from, but it's happened apparently. Or they find needles out on the road. Or, you know, fill in the blank. There are some people who become a victim of it just by it being present. And I wanted to stay out of this as much as possible because I want the government. I'm as libertarian as you can get without being a libertarian. But the city government has a responsibility for health and safety of its citizens. And that, as a Christian, we talk about the scriptures that's been mentioned a few times. It also says that that is the duty of human government. To do that which is right, to
punish evil, to reward the good, to maintain things. And if you don't, you're going to come upon judgment. Now, I know not everybody believes that, that's fine. But the fact of the matter is we have legally an obligation to protect the general welfare. Now, I understand that that might affect things that are going on. And I applaud, I applaud a lot of the efforts that's been made by various folks. But we're in between a rock and a hard place. Because yes, there's going to be consequences that come out of this. Well, there's going to be consequences that come out of it no matter which way you go. You say yes, there's going to be consequences. You say no, you're still stuck with the same problem. So keep that. You got to keep that part in mind.
You had a list of rules. We came and visited you earlier, and you had a list of rules, and those rules were real on spot. They were right. And it's hard for you to enforce the rules like they're written in it.
What do you mean? It's hard for me.
Like you said, like I think if I remember right, I don't have the rules in front of me right now, but I believe it was like the tents were supposed to be down by 9 o'clock. They weren't supposed to be erected again.
That rule was actually amended in January, but you guys are still going off of rules that you had gotten when you came
right
before then.
Okay.
So that rule had, on my end, had been amended.
Okay, we haven't seen that amendment.
Right.
But there were several things there that, you had rules there for that. And I was just wondering how you were able to enforce that with some of the I want to say clientele you had there.
Is there a specific rule? Are you just talking about the tents, about not being up and down? Is that
Specifically, there's some police reports in there about drug
Right.
activity and alcohol or public intoxications. I'm sure that's against your rules, I haven't seen them. But
So my rule is no drugs or alcohol on my property. If I catch it on my property, then they are gone.
Okay.
I give them a warning, I let them know I saw it, and then they are gone on a second offense. I can't stop them from going to the gas station and buying, or the liquor store right across the street, buying a bottle of liquor, drinking it, and then coming back to my property, because the rule is no alcohol on my property.
Okay, so
Now, what I can do is if they're drunk on my property and they're causing drama, or I have to, if they're fighting or they're doing anything else, then that's an enforceable rule where I say, okay, you gotta go. I make them leave the property if they're fighting or if they're causing trouble.
and you can't be there 24/7. There's
I
no
can't,
way.
no.
Can I
But-
interject?
And
If you do that, what are you sending out into the community at that point, though?
these people are doing it whether they're
That's
at
a
the
legitimate
impact
question. If
center
they're causing
or-
drama and they're drunk and we're not calling the police and we're just saying, you've got to get out of here,
So,
that's a problem.
okay, so
I think
this is a conversation that
Yeah.
I would love to sit down and talk to you guys
So
more
again,
about.
I'm gonna stop you.
And-
I'm gonna stop you.
Okay.
I meant what I said, community. This isn't about, no, shh. This isn't about the impact center. This is about a citywide problem. Period, the end. We have this ordinance that we created to address a citywide problem. I got it, not everybody's gonna like it. Some people are gonna love it. The city as a whole is put in a situation where we have to act. Every time we have situations where somebody's off in a bush hiding in a tent, and we gotta send a law enforcement officer, what do they have? We have reports of people that are homeless that have attacked others with machetes. Who wants to walk up on that? Who's gonna be brave enough to take that up? So as a city, the health, safety, and welfare is what we're addressing. I'm not addressing the impact center. Now, the impact center has tents and things that are in violations. That's a whole nother deal and a whole nother day, and that's on them. But those will be addressed no different than they would be at my house. No different than they would be at Kenneth's house. What we're addressing right now is the fact that we have people all over our community sleeping in tents and places they don't really belong, places that aren't safe. I don't know who was here a few weeks ago, but we got about a quarter mile away from losing our town to a tornado. I would sure hate to be the one that the city said, we're gonna let the campers camp. And next thing you know, they're picking them up inside their tent in Springfield, Missouri. You know what I'm saying? That's an exaggeration, I'm sorry, but the idea is, it's not just about people being in tents, it's taking care of them as well. And just like they got here, or they do things, or the decisions that we make, it's not our responsibility to say, yep, you can stay there and do whatever you want. If you're gonna be here, you have to abide by our rules. Just like I tell my kids at home, as long as you live under my house, you're gonna abide by my rules. My kids hate it every time I say that. How about yours? He's over here laughing like, I got one last night. The idea is, this ordinance, and we're gonna vote on this because we need to get moving. We still have an executive session and a fireworks discussion. We're gonna vote on this, but the idea is, this is not targeting one person, one group, one organization. This is targeting an issue in our town. You wanna camp? This is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to say, these are the parameters. And I'm sorry, other towns are doing it. That's the phrase for the night. This didn't fall out of the sky. But we're gonna start addressing this the way people are asking us to address it. And it may not be the most favored. We're not gonna get 100%, and I'm sorry to those that don't like it. But I won't have any more assumptions that this is targeting anybody.
Sorry,
Last comment.
procedural, sorry.
Yep.
Procedural question. Is there a reason this isn't a first reading of this ordinance?
That was, my question was if we vote this, what's the next step?
The insurance ordinance committee sent it up for discussion, to discuss.
Yeah, we at the committee, we didn't recommend or not recommend, we felt that the entire council needed to make this decision.
So if we vote to approve, what is the next step? Does it go back to O&I? Or what?
I think you need to vote to send it back to O&I if you want it back to O&I.
To start the process.
Yeah, so the understanding that I had, and I was not at the O&I meeting, but was this particular issue was going to be hot. So much so that 3 at the ONI shouldn't design it alone. And when it came here, there was no time really putting tons of words into that, not without knowing the rest of the council. So I think the understanding was bring it up to get discussion from everyone and then possibly vote to send it back to formalize it and then bring it back up after hearing all those discussions.
That's my recommendation is we may need to, do we have a motion on this?
From Bashir's and Smith to approve.
Can we amend that to send,
you can
approve to send back to O&I?
Yeah. If it goes to O&I, I'm still interested in sending it to a vote of the people and letting them decide what's going to happen on their property rights. Is that still an option if it goes to O&I, or does it have to come to the council?
I think then you would, O&I can make the recommendation. I'll tell you guys, because that's what I thought you guys were going to do today. I have 80% of a legal opinion ready for you guys on this issue. And my plan was get discussion here and then have my opinion finalized for O&I next time I was there.
I do believe if we work as a body to approve this, there is a procedure that if the citizens choose to make it a vote of the people, there is an avenue, I believe, that as well. But you can certainly, from what I understand, send it to the people as well. So.
And that's probably right. Again, that's the quick or good answer. But I would assume that is the proper.
I appreciate your legalese.
Well, I'm not gonna.
Chase, when you complete your legal opinion, your written legal opinion, is that going to be public or is that just for this body only?
The way I typically do them is I send them to council or mayor, and then you guys can do what you want. It's attorney-client privilege. You have the right to waive attorney-client privilege is how I typically do those.
Now, when you say waive your attorney-client privilege, are you talking about as a whole group here, or just as us as an individual when we get your opinion?
I represent the group. I don't represent any of you individually, so if one of you waives, it would be waiving for the group, for that opinion. I don't know if that answers your question, but I represent Pryor, so my attorney-client privilege is with Pryor. But
Well, legally speaking, could he share it with somebody without us knowing?
yeah.
And trying to think how to say this.
Did they amend the motion to send it back down?
No, we need to do that so we can move on. So I'll change that to do that. Let's just say back to open. Go ahead. Second. Who did? Was this
Smith.
Smith, will you amend your motion to send it back to O and I?
I'd like to do that and vote on it going down the road. Yes. We beat this horse to death.
Yep. Okay. Call for the vote.
So this is to send it back to O&I, correct?
Yep.
With this. With this. Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar.
Yes.
Thanks. If you need to leave, you're more than welcome to, or you're also welcome to stay. No, that's not for us. We're not done. As we go on, item E, first reading of an ordinance amending fireworks regulation 5-4C-2 to include an application period for the fireworks stand licenses to be issued. Leave quiet. To be issued for the sale of fireworks between December 27th and December 31st each year.
So moved.
I'll make the motion and ask to waive the reading.
Chris, can you?
I'll make that motion and amend it to also say to waive the reading.
Would you do that, Lisa?
So it's Gantier, the motion maker.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm making the motion that we approve and waive the reading.
So the only change on this, so you guys know, it's the same ordinance. People came in to apply for 4th of July fireworks and then said, do I apply now for New Year's or do I do that later? So we're putting in new dates to apply for New Year's fireworks so they don't have to come in for 4th of July to apply for the full year. That's what it is.
Discussion?
Is there anything else we didn't think of?
Oh, sure.
I was drafted what I was instructed to do.
You did a great job. You did the good, better, or whatever it is you said. Better. All right, if no further, let's call for the vote.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire.
Yes.
Okay. Item 6A, possible executive session pursuant to 25 OS 307B4, the Oklahoma Open Meeting Act, for the purpose of confidential communications with attorney regarding pending police grievance and arbitration entitled Mays County Fraternal Order of Police Lodge, number 116, and Dillingham versus City of Pryor Creek.
Motion to enter into this executive session.
Motion from Gantier. Second. A second from Brown. Let's go.
We need to vote on it.
Yeah.
Voted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's go.
It sounded like you said, let's go.
I know, I said let's vote. Let's do this.
Rushiers,
For sure.
Oh, yes.
He done went.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw.
Yes.
Just for the record, this is council.
That is why